Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The last rays of sunset painted the valley in hues of amber and gold as Clara Beaumont made her way along the winding path that followed Silver Creek's gentle course. At 22, Clara had spent her entire life on the Beaumont homestead, a modest but thriving parcel of land nestled between rolling hills and the meandering waterway that had sustained generations of settlers in this quiet corner of New Hanover. The evening air carried the sweet scent of wildflowers and rich earth as summer prepared to yield to the first whispers of autumn, bringing with it shorter days and longer contemplative evenings. Clara moved with the unhurried confidence of someone intimately familiar with the land beneath her feet. Her chestnut hair, loosely braided and falling over one shoulder, caught the dying light as she paused to watch a family of deer drinking from the creek's edge some distance ahead. They hadn't noticed her yet, a testament to her quiet approach, a skill learned from her father who had taught her to move through the wilderness with reverence rather than disturbance. The smallest fawn raised its head suddenly, ears pivoting toward some sound beyond human perception, and in an instant the group bounded away into the shelter of the trees, white tails flashing like signals in the gathering dusk. This evening ritual, walking the boundaries of their land as day surrendered to night, had become Clara's solitary pleasure over the past few years. Her father's declining health kept him close to the house now, while her younger brothers were occupied with the endless tasks required to maintain their modest cattle operation. These walks provided necessary solitude, space to breathe and think beyond the immediate concerns of daily survival that consumed most frontier existence. As twilight deepened around her, Clara continued westward where the creek widened slightly before curving around a stand of ancient sycamores. The first stars appeared overhead, pinpricks of silver against deepening blue, mirrored imperfectly in the gently flowing water below. In the distance, barely visible through breaks in the trees, stood the weathered silhouette of the old mill, a structure that predated even the earliest European settlements in the region. Local stories suggested it had been built by Spanish explorers, though Clara's grandmother had always insisted it was far older, constructed by peoples whose names had been lost to time. Whatever its origins, the abandoned mill had stood silent witness to the passage of countless seasons, its great wooden wheel now motionless, partially submerged in the clear waters of Silver Creek. Moss and climbing vines had claimed much of the structure, nature slowly reclaiming what human hands had once shaped from the surrounding forest. Despite its dilapidated state, there remained something dignified about the mill, a quiet persistence that Clara had always admired from a respectful distance. Tonight, however, something drew her closer than her usual path allowed. Perhaps it was the quality of the evening light, casting longer shadows than usual across the water. Or perhaps it was simple curiosity about a landmark she had observed countless times, but never properly explored. Either way, Clara found herself leaving the familiar trail, following a less distinct path that would take her directly to the old mill for the first time in years. As she approached, picking her way carefully through tall grasses that brushed against her skirts. Clara noticed how the temperature seemed to drop slightly in the mill's vicinity. Not unpleasantly so, just the natural coolness that gathered near running water as day retreated. The weeping willows surrounding the structure swayed gently in a breeze too subtle to feel against her skin, their trailing branches creating delicate patterns on the creek's surface, where moonlight now began to shimmer. "I was beginning to think you'd never accept my invitation," came a soft voice from the shadows near the mill's entrance. Clara startled, her hand automatically reaching for the small knife she kept in her pocket, a practical necessity for country living rather than an expectation of danger. Squinting into the gathering darkness, she made out the figure of an elderly woman seated on what appeared to be an overturned barrel, her silver hair catching the last remnants of daylight. "I didn't realize anyone was here," Clara replied cautiously, remaining where she stood rather than approaching further. "I don't believe we've met," the old woman chuckled, a warm sound that somehow eased Clara's apprehension. "Not formally, no. But I've watched you walking this creek since you were tall enough to see over the cattails." She gestured to a fallen log nearby. "I don't bite, child. Come sit if you've a mind to. The show's about to begin." Despite her initial wariness, Clara found herself oddly comfortable in the stranger's presence. There was something familiar about her weathered face and clear eyes that suggested trustworthiness rather than threat. Moving carefully over the uneven ground, Clara made her way to the offered seat, settling at a polite distance from the older woman. "I'm Clara Beaumont," she offered, her upbringing demanding proper introduction despite the unusual circumstances. "I know who you are," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "Elizabeth Harmon, though most folks who remember me just call me Lizzie." She nodded toward the homestead, invisible from their position, but lying in the general direction of her gesture. "I knew your grandmother, Annabelle. Spirited woman. You have her eyes." Clara's surprise must have shown on her face, for Lizzie laughed again, the sound mingling pleasantly with the soft gurgle of the creek. "I'm not quite as ancient as this mill, though some days it feels that way. Your grandmother and I were girls together, running wild along this very waterway, when the century was young and this territory still uncharted on most maps." Before Clara could respond, Lizzie held up a weathered hand, her attention shifting to the mill itself. "Listen now," she whispered. "It's starting." At first, Clara heard nothing beyond the normal sounds of evening. Water flowing over stones, the distant call of a whippoorwill, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. But as the full moon emerged from behind drifting clouds, bathing the scene in silver light, she became aware of something else. A sound so faint it existed at the very edge of perception. A humming, perhaps, or the ghost of a melody that seemed to emanate not from any single source but from the very air around them. "Do you hear it?" Lizzie asked, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes fixed on the ancient water wheel. Clara nodded slowly, afraid that speaking might somehow dispel the delicate sound that grew incrementally clearer with each passing moment. The melody, for it was undeniably musical rather than merely mechanical, carried a haunting simplicity that tugged at something deep within her memory. Though she was certain she had never heard this particular arrangement of notes before, it nevertheless felt achingly familiar, like the voice of a loved one heard calling from another room. "The Song of Silver Creek," Lizzie murmured, closing her eyes as if to better absorb the gentle notes that now seemed to rise from the water itself. Some folks claim it's just the sound of the old wheel creaking, or water rushing through the mill's abandoned chambers. Practical explanations for practical minds. She opened her eyes, fixing Clara with a knowing gaze. "But you hear it properly, don't you? The actual melody." "Yes," Clara whispered, surprised by the emotion suddenly tightening her throat. The song had resolved into a distinct pattern now, a lullaby of sorts. Though unlike any she had heard before, it carried within its simple progression a profound sense of both joy and sorrow, intertwined so completely that they became indistinguishable from one another. "What is it?" Lizzie smiled, satisfaction evident in her expression. "Depends who you ask. Your grandmother believed it was the first song ever sung in this valley, echoing down through countless generations. The native peoples who lived here before us thought it was the voice of the water itself, speaking in the only language that transcends all human boundaries." She shrugged. "To me, it's always been a reminder." "Of what?" Clara asked, gently prompted when Lizzie fell silent, her gaze distant as if looking into memories rather than the physical landscape before them. "That we're just passing through," the older woman replied after a thoughtful pause. "All of us, Spanish, French, English, American, the peoples who came before, those who will come after. We leave our marks for a time," she gestured toward the mill, "but eventually the land reclaims what's hers and only echoes remain." As if responding to her words, the melody seemed to swell slightly, the sound wrapping around them like a physical presence before receding again to its barely perceptible murmur. Clara found herself unconsciously swaying to its gentle rhythm, her breathing naturally aligning with its unhurried cadence. The effect was profoundly calming, dissolving the accumulated tensions of daily life like morning mist under strengthening sunlight. "My grandmother used to sing something similar," Clara said quietly, fragments of childhood memory surfacing through the melody's influence. "When I couldn't sleep, or during storms that frightened me. I'd almost forgotten until now." Lizzie nodded, unsurprised. "Annabelle heard it too that summer we discovered the mill together. She was 12, I was 14. We'd snuck away from our chores, looking for adventure along the creek, and found ourselves here at moonrise." Her weathered hand gestured toward the scene before them, now fully illuminated by moonlight that transformed the ordinary landscape into something from a half-remembered dream. The song became part of her, as it does with anyone who truly hears it. She carried it inside her, passed it along without even realizing. Clara considered this, finding within the concept an explanation for the melody's strange familiarity. If her grandmother had incorporated elements of this ancient tune into the lullabies of her childhood, it would explain the immediate emotional response it had evoked. Yet there seemed something more profound at work, as if the song existed independently within her, recognized rather than learned. "Does everyone hear it?" she asked, glancing back toward the distant homestead where lamplight would be glowing in windows, her family gathered around the evening meal without her. "No," Lizzie replied simply. "Some walk right past this spot 1,000 times and never hear anything but water over stones. Others might perceive something unusual but dismiss it as imagination or natural sounds misinterpreted. Only a few truly hear the melody as it is." She studied Clara with newfound interest. "Your grandmother said it would be you." "Me?" Clara's attention snapped back to the elderly woman. "What do you mean?" Lizzie smiled, the expression softening the deep lines etched by decades of frontier life. "Before she passed, Annabelle told me to watch for you. Said her youngest granddaughter would find her way to the mill when the time was right. Said you had the ear for it." A shiver that had nothing to do with the evening's growing coolness passed through Clara. Her grandmother had died when she was only 8 years old. The idea that the elderly woman had somehow anticipated this moment, perhaps even from beyond the grave, both unsettled and comforted her simultaneously. "I don't understand," Clara admitted, the melody continuing its gentle flow around them, seeming to emanate now from the mill's ancient timbers as much as from the water itself. Understanding isn't always necessary, Lizzie replied, her tone suggesting this was wisdom hard-won through decades of experience. Some things are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The song is one of those things. As if emphasizing her point, the melody shifted subtly, introducing a minor progression that carried within it such profound longing that tears sprang unbidden to Clara's eyes. The emotion wasn't exactly sadness, more a recognition of beauty so perfect it created its own kind of ache. The feeling passed through her like a summer storm, intense but not destructive, leaving behind a strange clarity in its wake. "Why show me this now?" Clara asked when she had composed herself, wiping away tears with the back of her hand. "If you've been watching all these years, why wait until tonight?" Lizzie's expression grew solemn in the silvery light. "Because things are changing, child, faster than most realize. The railroad surveyors came through last spring, marking routes for tracks that will cut across land that's remained untouched since before human memory. Towns will grow where only wilderness stands now." She gestured toward the distant horizon. "Progress, they call it. And perhaps it is, but something's always lost when something new is gained." Clara nodded slowly, understanding the woman's concern. Her father had mentioned the coming railroad, speaking of it with mixed emotions, acknowledging the practical benefits of improved access to markets and supplies, while privately lamenting the inevitable changes it would bring to their quiet existence. For generations, the Beaumont family had valued their relative isolation, the self-sufficiency it both demanded and rewarded. The approaching connection to the wider world represented opportunity and threat in equal measure. "Will the song survive?" Clara asked, surprising herself with the question that seemed to emerge from some deeper part of her consciousness. Lizzie smiled, approval evident in her lined face. "That's the right question, girl, and the answer depends largely on whether those who can hear it choose to remember." She paused, her attention drawn to something beyond Clara's shoulder. "Ah, we have another visitor." Clara turned to follow the woman's gaze, initially seeing nothing but shadows among the willows. Then a small figure emerged, picking its way carefully along the creek's edge. A child of perhaps 6 or 7 years, fair hair catching moonlight like spun silver. For a moment, Clara felt a spike of alarm at seeing one so young wandering alone in the gathering darkness, but the child moved with confident familiarity, showing no signs of being lost or frightened. "Who is that?" Clara whispered, watching as the small figure knelt by the water's edge, apparently fascinated by the moon's reflection on its surface. Jeremiah Cooper, youngest of Martha's brood from the farm 2 miles east, Lizzie supplied, with the casual knowledge of one who observed much and forgot little. "Has a habit of wandering, that one. Drives his mother to distraction." As if sensing their attention, the boy looked up, his expression showing mild surprise rather than alarm at discovering he wasn't alone. After a moment's consideration, he rose and approached them with the direct curiosity unique to children, stopping a respectful distance from their seated position. "Evening, Miss Lizzie," he greeted politely, then turned curious eyes toward Clara. "Don't believe I know you, ma'am." "Clara Beaumont," she replied, charmed by his formal manners wrapped in a child's forthright delivery. "My family's homestead lies just beyond that ridge to the north." The boy nodded, as if this information confirmed something he had already suspected. "You come to hear the singing too, Clara?" Exchanged a quick glance with Lizzie, whose eyes crinkled with quiet amusement. "You can hear it, Jeremiah?" Clara asked gently. The child looked at her as if the question itself was peculiar. "Course I can. Been hearing it since I was little." His serious expression made Clara suppress a smile, considering he was hardly more than little now. Ma says it's just the wind in the reeds, but she's wrong. It's folks singing, only real quiet like. What kind of folks? Lizzie prompted, her tone suggesting she already knew what his answer would be. Jeremiah shrugged small shoulders. Old folks, not here folks. He gestured vaguely toward the mill. They like it when I hum along, so I do sometimes. As if to demonstrate, he began a soft humming that perfectly matched the melody still flowing around them. The song Clara had only just become aware of, but which this child had apparently known for years. His clear, pure voice added a new dimension to the ancient tune, as if completing a circuit that had remained open until this moment. The effect was immediate and profound. The melody itself seemed to strengthen, becoming more distinct without growing louder, like a watercolor gaining definition as another layer of pigment is carefully applied. Clara felt something shift within her as the boy's humming joined the song, a sensation of connection so tangible it almost seemed physical, as if invisible threads were being woven between herself, Lizzie, Jeremiah, the mill, the creek, and beyond to something vast and ancient that defied simple naming. The moment stretched, filled with a significance she couldn't articulate but felt deeply, in some primal, wordless place within herself. The boy continued humming for perhaps a minute longer before trailing off naturally, the song of the mill continuing beneath and around them as it presumably had for countless years before. He looked at them expectantly, as if waiting for confirmation that they had experienced something important. "That was beautifully done, Jeremiah," Lizzie said softly, reaching out to pat the space on the log beside her. "Come sit with us a while, if you've no pressing engagements elsewhere." The boy grinned at her gentle teasing, accepting the invitation and settling himself between them with the easy confidence of a child who has never been given reason to fear the adults in his world. "Ma knows I come here sometimes," he offered by way of explanation. "Says as long as I'm home before full dark, it's all right." "And how does she define full dark?" Clara asked with mild amusement, noting that night had already claimed much of the landscape around them, held at bay only by the unusually bright moonlight that silvered the scene. "When you can't count the leaves on the big oak by the barn," Jeremiah replied promptly. "Still got a little time before then?" Lizzie chuckled, the sound harmonizing pleasantly with the continuous melody emanating from the mill. "Your mother was always practical that way. Good woman, Martha Cooper. Salt of the earth." They sat in companionable silence for a few moments, the song flowing around them like water finding its natural course through the landscape of the evening. Clara found herself thinking of her grandmother, a woman of quiet strength, whose absence had created a hollow space in family gatherings that had never quite been filled. Had she sat in this very spot as a young girl, experiencing this same otherworldly music beside a younger version of Lizzie Harmon, the thought created a bridge across time that made the years between them seem suddenly insubstantial. "Could you teach me to hum it properly?" Clara asked, breaking the silence as she turned toward Jeremiah. "The way you were doing before?" The boy considered this with endearing seriousness, his small brow furrowing in concentration. "Don't rightly know if it can be taught," he finally replied. "You sort of have to feel it inside first, then let it come out." He gestured vaguely toward his chest, like it's already there, waiting. His innocently profound explanation resonated with Clara's own experience of the melody, the strange familiarity it had evoked from the first notes she had consciously perceived. "I think I understand," she said softly. "It feels like remembering something, rather than learning it new." Jeremiah nodded enthusiastically, pleased at being understood. "That's it exactly, like when you forget a dream, but then something makes you remember parts of it again." "Out of the mouths of babes," Lizzie murmured, her weathered hand gently patting the boy's shoulder. "You've got the right of it, both of you. The song isn't something outside ourselves that we discover. It's something within that certain places, certain moments help us remember. The elderly woman's gaze drifted toward the mill, its timbers now fully washed in moonlight that emphasized both its great age and surprising resilience. This old place is one such reminder, a thinning in the veil between what we think we know and what we've always known deeper down. But it isn't the only one. The song is carried in the creek itself, in the soil beneath our feet, in the very air we breathe. As if affirming her words, a gentle breeze stirred the willow branches around them, creating a soft rustling that blended seamlessly with the continuous melody. Clara closed her eyes, allowing her perception to expand outward, and discovered that Lizzie was right. The song wasn't confined to the immediate vicinity of the mill. It extended outward along the creek's winding path, through the surrounding trees, across the open meadows beyond. Fainter with distance perhaps, but unbroken, a continuous thread woven through the landscape itself. Opening her eyes again, Clara found both Lizzie and Jeremiah watching her with quiet understanding, as if they had witnessed her momentary journey and recognized its significance. The shared experience created a bond between them that transcended their differences in age and background. Three individuals temporarily united by perception of something that existed beyond ordinary awareness. "It's getting toward that full dark you mentioned," Clara observed gently to Jeremiah, noting how the shadows had deepened around them while her attention had been focused inward. "Your mother will be watching for you." The boy sighed with the particular resignation of children everywhere when facing the inevitable end of a pleasant experience. "Reckon you're right," he admitted, sliding from his perch on the log. "Will you come again tomorrow? I could show you the special rocks by the bend where sometimes you can see handprints when the water's just right." His hopeful expression made refusal impossible, even had Clara been inclined toward it. "I'd like that very much," she replied, surprised to realize how genuinely she meant it. "Perhaps a bit earlier in the day? Say, after the noon meal?" Jeremiah nodded enthusiastically, already backing toward the path that would take him homeward. "I'll be here," he called, then turned to trot away, his slight figure soon swallowed by the gathering darkness beyond the moon's silver influence. "Sweet child," Lizzie observed when they were alone again. "Sees more than most grown folk ever will, that one." Clara nodded agreement, her thoughts turning toward her own childhood. The gradual surrender of magical thinking to practical concerns that accompanied passage into adulthood. Had she once perceived such wonders without question, only to have that awareness slowly buried beneath accumulating layers of practicality and proper behavior? The possibility created a wistful ache beneath her breastbone. "Does growing older mean losing touch with such things?" she asked, giving voice to the concern that had formed in her mind. "Is that why children seem to sense what adults cannot?" Lizzie considered the question with appropriate seriousness, her lined face thoughtful in the moonlight. "Not necessarily lost," she finally replied, "just overlaid with other concerns that seem more pressing in the moment. The practical demands of survival have a way of shouting louder than the whispers of wonder." Her gaze met Clara's directly. "But it doesn't have to be that way. Your grandmother never lost her connection to such things, right up to her final days." The mention of her grandmother brought fresh questions to Clara's mind. "You said earlier that she told you to watch for me, that she knew I would come here eventually." Lizzie nodded, her expression softening with reminiscence. Annabelle always had a touch of the seer about her even as a girl, knew things before they happened sometimes in that quiet way of hers. Never made grand announcements or charged folks for readings like those charlatans who passed through town occasionally. Just knew things, and accepted that knowing as natural as breathing. She adjusted her position slightly on the weathered barrel, her movements suggesting the stiffness that often accompanies advancing age. In her final weeks, when the consumption had nearly finished its work, she spoke of things yet to come with remarkable clarity. Said her youngest granddaughter, that would be you, would rediscover the song when the time was right, when changes were coming that threatened to drown it out forever. Clara absorbed this information with a complex mixture of emotions: wonder that her grandmother had somehow foreseen this moment, sorrow at being reminded of her passing, and a growing sense of responsibility that she couldn't yet fully articulate. "What am I supposed to do with this knowledge?" she finally asked. "If the song has survived countless generations without my awareness, surely it will continue regardless of my involvement." "Perhaps," Lizzie agreed, neither confirming nor dismissing Clara's assessment. "But survival isn't the same as flourishing." The song continues, yes, but grows fainter with each passing year, as fewer ears remain attuned to its particular frequency. She gestured toward the distant hills, where even at this late hour, a faint glow suggested human habitation, lamplight from scattered homesteads and small settlements. Civilization advances, bringing with it conveniences and securities our ancestors could only dream of. But something's lost in that exchange, a connection to this land that goes deeper than mere ownership or temporary stewardship. The elderly woman's gaze returned to Clara, carrying within it a quiet intensity that conveyed the importance of what she was attempting to communicate. The song reminds us that we belong to the land far more than it belongs to us, that our brief lives are just moments in a story that began long before human memory and will continue long after we're forgotten. There's both humility and dignity in that perspective, a truth increasingly obscured by our growing belief that progress means control rather than cooperation with the natural world. As if responding to her words, the melody seemed to shift subtly, introducing a minor progression that carried within it a quality of gentle lamentation. Not despair, but acknowledgement of something precious, gradually fading from awareness. The sound twined around them like a physical presence, connecting them not only to each other and their immediate surroundings, but to something far larger that defied easy definition. "I still don't understand what I'm meant to do," Clara admitted, after allowing the music to wash through her for several moments. "I'm just one person with no special talents or influence." Lizzie smiled, reaching across the short distance between them to pat Clara's hand with surprising warmth. "That's where you're wrong, child. You have the most important talent of all. You can hear the song when others cannot, and as for influence," she gestured toward the path Jeremiah had taken earlier, "you've already begun that work without realizing it." Clara considered this, gradually understanding what the older woman meant. By acknowledging the boy's perception, by treating his experience as valid rather than dismissing it as childish fancy, she had effectively granted permission for that awareness to continue, rather than be gradually abandoned as inappropriate or impractical. The simplicity of the action belied its potential significance, a small reinforcement that might allow his natural connection to persist where it might otherwise have withered under the weight of adult skepticism. "Remember and remind," Lizzie continued, her voice taking on the rhythmic quality of someone reciting an important principle. "That's how it's always been, from the earliest days. Some remember the old ways, the deeper truths, and remind others when they start to forget. Not with grand sermons or forceful arguments, but through simple acknowledgement, through stories shared in twilight hours, through melodies hummed while working or walking familiar paths." She gestured toward the mill, its weathered structure now fully embraced by both moonlight and shadow, creating a play of silver and darkness that emphasized its ancient presence. "Your grandmother did this for you, though you didn't realize it at the time. Those lullabies you half remembered earlier, seeds planted in fertile soil, waiting for the right season to sprout and flower. The concept resonated deeply with Clara, creating connections between scattered memories of her childhood and the present moment. She recalled her grandmother's gentle voice singing her to sleep through summer thunderstorms that had terrified her younger self. The simple melodies carrying reassurance that had always seemed disproportionate to their modest composition. Had elements of this ancient song been woven through those childhood lullabies, preparing her to recognize it when finally encountered in its original form? "And now it's my turn," Clara said softly, the revelation neither question nor statement, but something between, an acknowledgement of responsibility, accepted rather than assigned. Lizzie nodded, satisfaction evident in her lined face. "Just so. The manner and timing will reveal themselves naturally, if you remain open to the possibilities. The important thing is that the chain remains unbroken, the melody pass forward rather than abandoned to silence." As if affirming her words, the song itself seemed to swell slightly, the notes gaining definition without increasing in volume. A clarification rather than Clara found herself unconsciously humming along, her voice finding the pattern with surprising ease, as if recalling something long known rather than newly discovered. The sensation was deeply comforting, creating a bridge not only to her own past, but to countless generations who had experienced this same ancient melody in this same quiet place. The moment stretched, filled with significance that transcended ordinary measurement, until Lizzie finally stirred, her movements suggesting reluctant acknowledgement of physical limitations. "These old bones aren't what they once were," she said with rueful acceptance, "and your family will be wondering at your extended absence." Clara realized with mild surprise that considerable time had indeed passed since she had left the homestead for what was intended to be a brief evening walk. The moon had traced a significant arc across the night sky, suggesting it was well past the hour when she would normally have returned. Yet she felt no anxiety about this departure from routine, only a peaceful certainty that this evening's detour had been necessary in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. "Will I see you again?" she asked as they both rose, Clara automatically offering supportive assistance that Lizzie accepted with dignity rather than resentment. "There's so much more I want to ask, to understand." The elderly woman smiled, patting Clara's hand where it rested lightly on her arm. "I suspect our paths will cross again, though perhaps not exactly as you imagine. The important thing isn't my particular guidance, but your own growing relationship with what you've discovered here. The song will teach you what you need to know, if you remain receptive to its lessons." They walked together slowly toward the edge of the clearing, Lizzie moving with the careful deliberation of advanced age, but maintaining an inherent grace that suggested considerable vitality despite physical limitations. As they reached the juncture where their paths would necessarily diverge, Clara toward her family's homestead to the north, Lizzie toward whatever dwelling she called home, the elderly woman paused, her expression growing serious in the silvery light. "Remember what I said about changes coming," she said, her voice carrying a weightiness that commanded attention. "The railroad brings much that seems beneficial on its surface: easier access to markets and medicines, quicker communication with the wider world, opportunities for those who might otherwise remain limited by geography. But beneath those obvious advantages run currents that erode foundations laid by generations of those who understood this land's particular rhythms and requirements." Clara nodded, recognizing both the practical truth and deeper implications of the woman's warning. Progress inevitably carried both gifts and costs, often invisibly intertwined until separation became impossible. "What should I be watching for?" Lizzie's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where even at this late hour a faint glow suggested human habitation gradually expanding its influence across previously unbroken wilderness. "Listen more than look," she advised. "When the song begins to fade even here in its strongest refuge, you'll know the balance has tipped too far toward what we call civilization and away from what sustains it." With that cryptic instruction, she squeezed Clara's hand once in farewell before turning toward a narrow path that wound eastward through tall grasses. "Trust what you hear rather than only what you see," she called without looking back, her voice carrying clearly despite its softness. "The eyes are easily deceived by appearances, but the ear connects to something deeper when properly attuned." Clara watched the elderly woman's departure, her slight figure gradually absorbed by darkness beyond the moon's silver influence, until only the occasional movement of grasses marked her passing. Despite their brief acquaintance, Clara felt a connection to Lizzie Harmon that transcended ordinary friendship, a recognition of shared perception that created bonds more significant than many relationships built over years of regular interaction. Turning northward toward home, Clara found herself automatically humming the melody that continued to emanate from the mill behind her. Softly at first, then with growing confidence as her voice found its natural place within the ancient pattern, the simple act carried profound comfort, connecting her not only to this particular evening's experiences, but to a continuity that extended both backward and forward through time. Her grandmother's voice, singing her to sleep, her own voice, potentially performing the same service for future generations. As she walked the familiar path leading homeward, Clara noticed how the melody seemed to accompany her, gradually growing fainter with increasing distance from the mill, yet never completely disappearing. Even when physical hearing could no longer detect it, something inside her continued the pattern, maintaining connection despite separation. The discovery brought with it a sense of permanence, of having acquired something that could not be casually misplaced or accidentally abandoned. The lights of the Beaumont homestead appeared through breaks in the trees ahead, warm yellow squares against gathering darkness that signaled family and comfort waiting within sturdy walls. Clara paused briefly, allowing herself one backward glance toward the now invisible mill and the extraordinary experiences it had offered. The song of Silver Creek had entered her awareness tonight, but in truth it had always been present, in her grandmother's lullabies, in the wind through autumn grasses, in the rhythmic flow of the creek itself as it traveled its ancient path through the heart of their land. "Remember and remind," she whispered, Lizzie's words returning to her with renewed significance. Not a burden imposed, but a privilege granted. Participation in something that transcended individual lives while simultaneously giving them deeper meaning and connection. With renewed purpose in her step, Clara continued toward home, the ancient melody humming softly beneath her breath, no longer separate from her, but integrated into her awareness in ways that would manifest naturally in the days and years ahead. The moon climbed higher in the star-filled sky, casting her elongated shadow before her like a guide leading the way forward, while simultaneously connecting her to all that had come before. Behind her, the old mill stood in peaceful silence beside the flowing waters of Silver Creek, its weathered timbers holding countless stories of those who had paused within its influence throughout uncounted generations. The song continued its gentle flow through the night air, offering its timeless wisdom to any who possessed the particular quality of attention required to perceive it. A silent melody that spoke of continuity amid change, of permanence beneath the shifting surfaces of a world constantly in flux. And within that endless song, Clara had found her own voice. A singular note contributing to a harmony far greater than herself, yet incomplete without her particular addition, a legacy passed from her grandmother through unsuspected channels, now consciously accepted and carried forward into whatever future awaited beyond the comfortable boundaries of all she had previously known. The responsibility felt neither heavy nor imposed, but natural as breathing, acknowledgement of something that had always been true, but only now fully recognized. As she approached the homestead's welcoming light, Clara carried this newfound awareness like a precious gift, not hoarded for herself alone, but meant for sharing in ways that would reveal themselves in proper time and circumstance. The song of Silver Creek had found another voice to ensure its continuation, another memory to preserve its ancient wisdom against the relentless advance of a world increasingly disconnected from such subtle harmonies. Days passed into weeks, and Clara returned often to the old mill. Sometimes she found Jeremiah there, his innocent wisdom offering perspectives uncluttered by adult assumptions. Occasionally Lizzie would appear, materializing from the willows like a guardian spirit of the place, offering fragments of stories about Clara's grandmother and the valley's earlier days. But most often, Clara sat alone beside the quietly flowing water, allowing the ancient melody to wash through her consciousness until it became as familiar as her own heartbeat. With autumn's deepening, the valley transformed. Cottonwoods and maples along the creek's edge turned to flame against the evergreen backdrop of distant hills. Morning mists lingered longer each day, creating ethereal landscapes that seemed to exist halfway between reality and dream. Clara found that these transitional hours, dawn and dusk particularly, enhanced her perception of the song, as if the thinning boundaries between day and night somehow paralleled the thinning veil between ordinary awareness and deeper knowing. One evening in late October, as crimson sunset yielded to purple twilight, Clara arrived at the mill to find an unexpected addition to the familiar scene. A small bundle wrapped in faded calico had been carefully placed on the fallen log where she customarily sat. Approaching cautiously, she discovered a handcrafted flute fashioned from river cane, decorated with simple but elegant patterns carved into its surface. No note accompanied the gift, though Clara suspected Lizzie's involvement. The instrument felt natural in her hands, as if shaped specifically for her fingers. Without formal instruction, Clara raised it to her lips and discovered that the fingering came to her intuitively. Another manifestation of knowledge remembered rather than learned. The clear, sweet tones that emerged matched the creek's melody perfectly. The two voices twining together in harmonies that seemed to make the very air vibrate with resonance. That night, beneath a canopy of stars so brilliant they cast faint shadows, Clara played for hours. The music flowed through her without conscious direction, her breath and fingers finding patterns that felt ancient and new simultaneously. Nocturnal creatures, owls, foxes, even the usually shy deer, gathered at respectful distances, drawn to sounds that spoke to something primal within them, just as it did within her. When she finally returned home, well past midnight, Clara found her father still awake, seated in his customary chair on the porch. His expression as she approached carried no reproach for her late return, only a quiet wonderment that transformed his weathered features. "I heard it," he said simply, as she settled beside him, the flute still warm in her hands. Faint, but clear enough, like something half remembered from childhood. Clara felt momentary surprise, followed by deep satisfaction. Her father had always been practical to his core, focused on the tangible demands of frontier existence, with little patience for what he called wool gathering. That the song had reached him, even peripherally, suggested its strength was growing rather than diminishing under her stewardship. Grandmother's lullaby, she offered, providing the connection she suspected he needed. He nodded slowly, recognition dawning in his eyes. She used to hum something similar when working in her garden or mending by firelight. Never put much stock in it then. Just women's ways, I figured. His calloused hand reached out, briefly touching the flute with unexpected gentleness. Seems there was more to it than I understood. That simple acknowledgement marked a turning point. In the days that followed, Clara began incorporating elements of the ancient melody into her daily routines. Humming while gathering eggs or hanging laundry, playing the flute during evening hours when chores were complete and the family gathered on the porch to enjoy autumn's pleasant coolness before winter drove them indoors. Her youngest brother Michael proved especially receptive, often asking her to play particular passages again, his eyes taking on a distant quality that suggested he heard more than just the audible notes. Even her practical mother occasionally paused in her endless work, head tilted slightly, as if catching echoes of something just beyond ordinary perception. When the first snows came in early December, transforming the landscape into a study in silver and shadow, Clara discovered that the mill's song persisted beneath winter's hush. If anything, the melody seemed clearer in the crystalline air, carried by waters that refused to surrender completely to ice's embrace. She traveled there less frequently as winter deepened, the journey made challenging by snowdrifts and shortened daylight, but each visit confirmed the song's continued presence, a reminder of permanence beneath seasonal change. Spring arrived with characteristic suddenness, the creek swelling with snowmelt from distant hills, its voice growing louder with increased volume, but never drowning the underlying melody that remained its constant companion. New life erupted everywhere, tender green shoots pushing through softening earth, birdsong filling dawn hours with complex harmonies, wild berries blossoming along sunny banks with promises of summer sweetness to come. It was during this season of renewal that Clara first noticed subtle changes in the valley's human activity. Surveyors appeared more frequently, making detailed notes on leather-bound pads while consulting mysterious instruments mounted on tripods. Strangers in city clothes occasionally passed through the valley, their expressions calculating as they assessed potential value in what locals had long considered simply home. The railroad was coming, just as Lizzie had warned, progress advancing with seeming inevitability, carrying both opportunity and threat in equal measure. One particularly fine April morning, Clara arrived at the mill to find strangers there. 3 men in formal attire that seemed absurdly out of place in the natural setting. They moved around the ancient structure with measuring tools and notebooks, talking in low voices that nevertheless carried clearly in the quiet air. Structural integrity surprisingly sound despite apparent age, one was saying, running professional hands along timber beams green with moss. Could be incorporated into the design rather than demolished, a nod to regional heritage that might placate local sentiment. Water power potential worth investigating, another commented, studying the creek's flow with assessing eyes. Modern wheel installation could generate significant energy for minimal investment. The third man, clearly senior to the others based on their deference to his opinions, made non-committal sounds before delivering his verdict. Document everything thoroughly before any decisions. Historical preservation grants might be applicable if providence can be established, offsetting developmental costs while generating positive public relations. They spoke of the mill as if it were merely an object, an asset to be evaluated, exploited, or preserved depending on financial calculations, rather than inherent worth. The ancient structure that had harbored generations of memory, that had channeled music from sources beyond ordinary understanding, reduced to entries in ledgers and potential tax advantages. Clara remained hidden in the willows, watching until the men finally departed, leaving behind only trampled grass and wooden stakes with bright cloth markers as evidence of their presence. When certain they were gone, she approached the mill with uncharacteristic trepidation, irrationally fearful that their clinical assessment might have somehow damaged its essential nature. To her immense relief, the song remained, flowing steady and true beneath the creek's surface murmur, unchanged by those who had perceived only the physical structure while remaining deaf to its true significance. She settled on her customary seat, allowing tension to gradually dissolve as the familiar melody worked its gentle influence on her troubled spirit. "They cannot harm what they cannot perceive," came Lizzie's voice suddenly, though Clara had not heard her approach. The elderly woman emerged from shadow as if materializing from the mill's ancient timbers themselves, her expression containing neither fear nor anger, but a calm certainty that Clara found immediately reassuring. "The railroad comes regardless of our wishes," Lizzie continued, settling beside Clara with movements that seemed less stiff than during their first encounter months earlier. "But what truly matters continues beneath the changes they impose upon the land's surface. Like the creek itself flowing underground when obstacles block its path, only to emerge again when conditions prove favorable." Clara nodded slowly, understanding Lizzie's point while still harboring concerns about what lay ahead. "But if they alter the mill, dam the creek, change the very landscape that cradles the song, what then?" Lizzie smiled, the expression softening the deep lines etched by decades of frontier life. "The song existed before the mill, child, before any human structure graced this valley. It may find different vessels for its expression, but its essence remains unchanged, so long as those who can hear it continue its preservation." She reached into the faded shawl wrapped around thin shoulders, extracting a small object wrapped in soft leather. "This was your grandmother's," she said, placing it in Clara's hand. "She asked me to keep it until you were ready." Carefully unwrapping the weathered covering, Clara revealed a pendant carved from pale riverstone, a simple spiral design that seemed to capture movement within stillness, its smooth surface bearing the patina of generations of handling. A slender leather cord threaded through a small hole allowed it to be worn around the neck. "The oldest symbol," Lizzie explained, her fingertip lightly tracing the spiral's path. "The journey inward that simultaneously leads outward. The waters flow, the galaxies spin, the unfurling fern, the chambered shell, all echoing the same pattern, repeated through creation at every scale." Clara slipped the cord over her head, feeling the pendant's comfortable weight settle against her breastbone. The stone seemed to warm immediately, as if recognizing its rightful bearer after long separation. "It's beautiful," she whispered, fingers instinctively finding the spiral's central beginning. "It's more than decoration," Lizzie replied, her tone conveying the gift's significance beyond its physical attributes. A reminder of the song's pattern when distance or circumstance might separate you from this place. A connection to those who carried it before, when doubts arise about your own capacity to continue their work. And somewhere in the darkness behind her, beside a weathered mill whose origins predated written history, an elderly woman smiled in quiet satisfaction at promises kept and possibilities renewed. One more link forged in an unbroken chain stretching backward into forgotten time and forward into unwritten future. The silver waters of the creek continued their endless journey, carrying whispered melodies to those with ears attuned to frequencies beyond ordinary hearing, a silent song of connection that bound past, present, and future into one continuous, ever-flowing stream. As the gentle melody of Silver Creek faded into memory, Clara carefully placed her grandmother's pendant in a small wooden box alongside the river cane flute. Both treasures would wait safely until tomorrow's journey to the mill. Through her window, she could see the waxing gibbous moon rising above the distant hills, casting its silver light across the valley, as it had for countless generations before. Far to the west, under that same moon, Thomas Blackwood guided his horse through the gathering twilight. He had been traveling for 3 days since leaving the railway station at Valentine, following directions that were as much legend as geography. Starfall Valley lay somewhere ahead, beyond the jagged silhouette of mountains that had dominated the western horizon throughout his journey. According to stories passed among trappers and traders, it was a place where the boundaries between earth and sky blurred, where stars sometimes seemed to descend to graze among mortal creatures before returning to their celestial pastures. The mysteries of this land ran deep, connecting those who could hear its ancient songs and witness its quiet wonders. Though separated by many miles, Clara and Thomas were bound by the same silent truth, that beneath the relentless march of progress, the heart of the frontier still beat with magic for those patient enough to listen. The day's last light painted the western horizon in a wash of amber and crimson as Caleb Morgan guided his horse along the winding trail that skirted the edge of Starfall Valley. At 62, Caleb had spent most of his life beneath open skies, his weathered face a testament to decades under the relentless sun and bitter winter winds of the frontier. The deep lines around his eyes had been carved by years of squinting across vast distances, while his hands, strong despite his advancing years, bore the unmistakable calluses of a man who had never shied away from honest work. His mare, a sturdy buckskin named Penny, moved with the confident gait of an animal that had carried her rider through terrain far more challenging than this gentle slope. Their shadows stretched long across the golden grass as they made their way toward a stand of cottonwoods that promised shelter for the night. Caleb had been traveling for nearly 2 weeks, making his way from the small cattle operation he'd finally sold in New Austin toward the promise of peaceful retirement in a quiet corner of Amberino, where an old friend had offered him use of a cabin by a lake teeming with fish. The weight of his years pressed upon him more heavily with each passing season, and the thought of waking without the immediate demands of livestock had grown increasingly appealing. After burying his wife Sarah 5 years prior, the ranch had become more burden than blessing. Their children had long since moved to distant cities, pursuing lives removed from the hardships of frontier ranching. When the offer had come from a young couple with dreams of building their own legacy on the land he had worked for 30 years, Caleb had recognized it as the right time to turn that page. Penny nickered softly as they approached the trees, sensing the end of their day's journey. The cottonwoods stood sentinel at the edge of Starfall Valley, a wide expanse of rolling grassland that stretched for miles beneath the vast dome of the darkening sky. Already the first stars were appearing overhead, pinpricks of silver light against deepening blue. Caleb dismounted with the careful movements of a man well acquainted with his body's limitations, patting Penny's neck affectionately as she lowered her head to investigate the grass at her feet. "Good girl," he murmured, his voice carrying the gentle gravel of age and years of smoking hand-rolled cigarettes beside countless campfires. "We'll rest here tonight. Tomorrow we'll start crossing the valley proper." As he unsaddled Penny and set about making camp with the practiced efficiency of a lifetime outdoors, Caleb found his gaze repeatedly drawn to the valley stretching before him. Starfall Valley had earned its name honestly. On clear nights, the stars seemed to hang lower here than anywhere else, as if the heavens themselves bent closer to touch the earth. He had crossed this valley perhaps a dozen times in his long life, but something about it always stirred a sense of reverence within him. Perhaps it was simply the vastness of the open space, the way it reminded a man of his own insignificance beneath the eternal sweep of the cosmos. With Penny hobbled near fresh grass and water, Caleb built a small fire in a ring of stones that showed signs of previous travelers. As flames took hold of dry branches, casting flickering light across his campsite, he settled back against his saddle and drew out the materials to roll a cigarette. The ritual was as much about the methodical process as the smoking itself. Measuring tobacco into paper, rolling it with fingers that remained dexterous despite their gnarled appearance, sealing it with a quick lick before placing it between his lips. Dinner consisted of beans heated in their can at the edge of the fire, accompanied by the last piece of cornbread purchased 2 days earlier from a homesteader's wife, who had taken pity on the old cowboy passing through. As he ate, Caleb watched night claim the valley completely, the final purple glow of sunset surrendering to star-studded darkness. Without the competing light of towns or settlements, the stars emerged in their full glory, transforming the sky into a tapestry of brilliant constellations against velvet black. It was only after he had finished his meal and poured himself a cup of coffee, strong enough to stand a spoon in as Sarah had always teased, that Caleb became aware of another presence near his camp. The firelight revealed a figure approaching from the deeper shadows beneath the cottonwoods. An elderly man, perhaps even older than Caleb himself, moving with the stiff-legged gait of one whose joints had endured too many hard winters. "Evening," the stranger called, his voice carrying a similar weathered quality to Caleb's own. "Saw your fire from my place yonder. Don't get many travelers stopping at this end of the valley these days." Caleb nodded respectfully, gesturing toward the fire in silent invitation. "Coffee's hot, if you're of a mind to join me." The stranger approached, the firelight revealing a face even more lined than Caleb's own. Sparse white hair peeked from beneath a battered hat, and a beard that might once have been brown but now hung white as snow covered much of his lower face. He wore simple clothes that spoke of practical considerations rather than fashion. Faded denim, a wool shirt despite the mild evening, and boots that had clearly walked more miles than most men would in several lifetimes. "Obliged," the old man replied, lowering himself carefully to sit across the fire from Caleb. "Name's Harlan Everett. Got a small cabin about a quarter-mile back in those trees. Been here longer than most folks can remember." Caleb poured coffee into his spare cup and passed it across. "Caleb Morgan, just passing through on my way north." Harlan accepted the cup with gnarled hands, nodding his thanks. "North, eh? Not many head that direction this time of year. Weather turns quick in the mountains." "Got a friend with a cabin by Lake Isabella?" Caleb explained. "Figured I'd spend my remaining years fishing instead of chasing cattle. Just sold my place down in New Austin." Something in Harlan's expression shifted at the mention of Caleb's destination. A subtle tightening around the eyes, perhaps, or a momentary stillness. "You'll be crossing the valley tomorrow, then?" It wasn't a question, but Caleb nodded confirmation anyway. "Figured to make it most of the way across before nightfall. Camp on the northern edge." Harlan sipped his coffee in silence for several moments, staring into the flames as if reading something in their dancing patterns. When he spoke again, his voice had lowered slightly, taking on the cadence of someone choosing words with particular care. "Tomorrow night's the full moon," he observed, glancing upward at the waxing orb visible through the branches above. "Might want to reconsider your timing." Caleb raised an eyebrow, taking a thoughtful drag from his cigarette before responding. "Any particular reason? Weather concern?" The older man shook his head slowly. Nothing like that. Sky's been clear for weeks, likely to stay that way. He paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully. It's just that some things are better witnessed from a distance, if they're to be witnessed at all. This cryptic statement hung between them, mingling with the smoke from the fire. Caleb had lived long enough to recognize when someone was circling around a story they weren't sure should be told. In his experience, patience usually revealed more than direct questioning. He simply nodded and waited, giving Harlan space to continue or withdraw as he chose. The older man stared into his coffee for almost a full minute before looking up to meet Caleb's gaze directly. "You ever hear tell of the moonlit herd?" Caleb shook his head, curiosity stirring despite his usual pragmatism. "Can't say that I have." "Most haven't," Harlan acknowledged. "Or if they have, they dismiss it as an old man's fancy. But I've seen them with these eyes." He tapped beside his right eye with one gnarled finger. "Seen them 7 times in the 43 years I've lived at the edge of this valley." "Seen what exactly?" Caleb prompted when Harlan fell silent again. The old man's gaze drifted out toward the valley, now a sea of darkness beneath the star-filled sky. "Horses," he said simply. "Wild horses, unlike any you've ever encountered. They only appear on the night of the full moon, and only in Starfall Valley. They run from one end to the other, their coats shining like they've captured the very light of the moon within them." Under normal circumstances, Caleb might have dismissed such talk as the fanciful imaginings of a lonely old-timer too long removed from regular human company. But something in Harlan's tone, a solemnity devoid of any hint of exaggeration or performance, gave him pause. This wasn't a tall tale meant to impress or entertain a stranger. It was offered as sincere warning from one aging frontiersman to another. "Spirit horses?" Caleb asked, neither challenging nor accepting, merely seeking clarification. Harlan shrugged slightly. "I don't rightly know what they are. Some say they're the spirits of horses that died during the Great Drought of 76, when hundreds perished across these territories. Others claim they're the mounts of cowboys and outlaws who met their end without proper burial, their spirits forever riding the land they loved. All I know for certain is what I've seen with my own eyes." He fell silent, staring into the fire while Caleb contemplated his words. The night around them seemed to deepen, the sounds of insects creating a gentle chorus that emphasized rather than broke the fundamental quiet of their surroundings. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote called to its pack, the haunting cry echoing across the valley before fading into silence. "First time I saw them was in 81, Harlan continued eventually, his voice taking on the rhythmic quality of reminiscence. "I was younger then, still breaking horses for ranches across 3 territories. Had me a reputation as someone who could tame just about anything with 4 legs and a wild spirit." A ghost of a smile crossed his weathered features at the memory. "Pride comes before a fall, as my mother always warned." Caleb nodded understanding, having known many men in his time whose confidence in their own abilities had led them toward painful lessons. The frontier had little patience for hubris, and nature even less. I'd heard whispers about wild horses in Starfall Valley that couldn't be caught. Beautiful creatures that appeared and disappeared like smoke, Harlan continued. Being young and full of my own reputation, I decided I'd be the one to catch what others couldn't. Figured adding one of these legendary mounts to my string would cement my status as the territory's premier horse wrangler. He paused, taking a sip of coffee that had surely grown cold during his storytelling. I made camp at the valley's center, calculated that the full moon would give me enough light to track and rope any horse that appeared. Had my best lasso, my fastest mount. Even brought sugar cubes, thinking I might gentle my way into their trust if roping proved difficult. The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks upward into the night, as Harlan's expression grew distant, lost in memories from decades past. Just after midnight, I heard them before I saw them, the thunder of hooves across open ground, moving fast and in perfect unison. Then they crested the eastern ridge, and... He shook his head slowly, as if still struggling to find adequate words after all these years. They glowed, he said finally. Not reflected moonlight, mind you, but a light that came from within them. White horses that shone silver, bays that seemed to burn like copper in a forge, blacks that somehow captured starlight in their coats. Maybe 15 of them, moving as one across the valley floor, leaving what looked like trails of stardust in their wake. Despite his natural skepticism towards supernatural claims, Caleb found himself drawn into the tale. He had witnessed enough inexplicable phenomena during his decades on the frontier to maintain a certain humility about the limits of his understanding. The vastness of these territories harbored mysteries that defied simple explanations, existing in that liminal space between acknowledged reality and things beyond ordinary comprehension. "What did you do?" he prompted when Harlan paused again. The older man's mouth twisted in a rueful smile, what any young fool with more confidence than sense would do. "I mounted up and gave chase." He fell silent again, his expression shifting towards something more somber. When he continued, his voice had lowered further, nearly blending with the gentle sounds of the night around them. "My horse, finest quarter horse in 3 territories, could outrun most anything on 4 legs. Couldn't even come close to them. They moved like no earthly creatures I'd ever seen, floating across ground that should have slowed them, maintaining impossible speed over terrain that would founder ordinary animals. But it wasn't just their speed that proved they were different." Harlan leaned forward slightly, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames between them. When they changed direction, they all moved in perfect unison, without any signal I could detect, like a flock of birds wheeling in flight, with no leader, yet perfect coordination. And when they ran through a shallow stream crossing the valley, their hooves made no splash, left no ripples in the water. He straightened, his expression grave as he regarded Caleb across the fire. I pushed my horse too hard trying to catch them, ran him nearly to foundering before I finally accepted what my eyes were telling me. These weren't ordinary horses that could be caught by ordinary means. As the herd approached the western edge of the valley, they simply vanished, disappeared like morning mist touched by the rising sun. Caleb considered the story, finding no reason to doubt Harlan's sincerity, even if he reserved judgment about the objective reality of what the man had witnessed. "That was the first time you saw them, you said." "There were others?" Harlan nodded. 6 more times over the years, always on the night of the full moon, always crossing the valley from east to west. I never tried to chase them again after that first night. Learned my lesson about some things being beyond a man's ability to capture or control. Instead, I watched from a distance, coming to appreciate the mystery rather than trying to solve it. He drained the last of his coffee before continuing. "There's a ridge on the northern edge of the valley, not far from where you're likely to make camp tomorrow if you continue as planned. Perfect vantage point for watching their crossing without intrusion. That's where I go now, on the nights when I feel they might appear." "You can predict when they'll show?" Caleb asked, curious despite himself. Harlan shook his head. "Not precisely. They don't appear every full moon. Might go years between sightings. But there's a feeling in the air when they're coming. A stillness that's different from ordinary quiet. like the valley itself is holding its breath in anticipation. His weathered face creased in a slight smile. After 43 years in one place, you develop a sense for its moods and rhythms. The fire had burned lower as they talked, the flames replaced by glowing embers that cast a softer light across their small circle. Above them, the waxing moon sailed through scattered clouds, not yet full but approaching that perfect roundness that would mark its completion the following night. "And you think they'll appear tomorrow?" Caleb asked, finding himself strangely drawn to the possibility despite his usual practicality. "Can't say for certain," Harlan replied. "But there's something in the air these past few days, that particular stillness I mentioned. And it's been almost 3 years since their last appearance. Seems likely." Caleb contemplated this as he tossed another small branch onto the embers, watching it catch and illuminate their campsite once more. "You're suggesting I should either delay my crossing or make a point of being in position to witness this phenomenon?" It wasn't a question, but Harlan nodded anyway. "I wouldn't presume to tell a man your age what path to take, just offering the benefit of experience. The moonlit herd doesn't show itself often, and fewer still are privileged to witness their passing." He paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "In all my years along this valley, I've shared the viewing with only 3 others who happened to be passing through on the right nights. None ever expressed regret at the delay in their journey." With that, the older man rose stiffly to his feet, handing the empty coffee cup back to Caleb with a nod of thanks. "Whatever you decide, I'll be on that northern ridge tomorrow night, just in case. You'd be welcome to join me if you've a mind to." Caleb accepted the cup with a reciprocal nod. "I appreciate the invitation and the company." "Been a pleasure," Harlan replied, adjusting his hat. "Gets lonely out here sometimes. Nice to share a fire with someone who knows how to appreciate silence properly." With that simple farewell, he turned and melted back into the darkness beyond the firelight, the sound of his footsteps fading quickly among the trees. Left alone with his thoughts, Caleb added wood to the fire and rolled another cigarette, contemplating the old wrangler's tale as he gazed out at the dark expanse of Starfall Valley. He had no particular schedule driving his journey north. One of the luxuries of retirement was the absence of pressing deadlines. A day's delay would make little difference in the grand scheme of things. More importantly, something in Harlan's story had resonated with his own experiences across decades on the frontier. Caleb had witnessed things during his long life that defied conventional explanation. Lights dancing above remote mesas that moved with apparent intelligence. The sudden silence of wildlife moments before disasters that seemed impossible to predict. The occasional sense of presence in places where no visible being accompanied him. The frontier existed as much in that space between established understanding and the unknown as it did on any physical map. As he finished his cigarette and prepared his bedroll for the night, Caleb made his decision. He would continue across the valley tomorrow as planned, but would make camp along its northern edge, near the ridge Harlan had mentioned. Whether the moonlit herd appeared or not, he had lived long enough to appreciate that opportunities for wonder grew increasingly precious with advancing age. Sleep came easily after the long day's ride, his dreams filled with shifting images of moonlight and motion, of horses running free across endless plains beneath star-filled skies. When he woke at first light, the memory of Harlan's visit remained vivid, carrying none of the uncertain quality that sometimes accompanied dreams mistaken for reality. After a simple breakfast and coffee strong enough to put hair on a snake, as his father used to say, Caleb saddled Penny and prepared for the day's journey. The morning air carried the crispness of early autumn, hinting at the winter that would eventually claim these territories, but remaining pleasant for riding. As he guided Penny down from their sheltered campsite toward the open expanse of Starfall Valley, Caleb felt a familiar sense of anticipation that had accompanied the beginning of each day's travel throughout his decades on the move. The valley stretched before them, a sea of grass rippling gently in the morning breeze. Starfall Valley had always struck Caleb as unusually pristine, somehow less marked by human passage than other areas he had traversed. No fences cut across its natural contours. No buildings interrupted the clean sweep of land from horizon to horizon. Even the trail he followed seemed more suggestion than established path, as if the valley resisted permanent marks upon its surface. He rode at an unhurried pace, allowing Penny to find her own comfortable rhythm across the rolling terrain. With no pressing destination time, he could afford to appreciate the journey itself, a luxury he had rarely permitted himself during his working years, when deadlines and obligations had always hurried his path from one point to another. As midday approached, Caleb paused near a small stream cutting across the valley floor, allowing Penny to drink while he stretched his legs and ate a simple lunch of jerky and hardtack. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock, he found his gaze repeatedly drawn toward the northern ridge that marked his intended destination, the vantage point Harlan had mentioned for watching the valley floor. From this central position, he could better appreciate the unusual topography that made Starfall Valley unique. Unlike most valleys that followed natural watercourses, this one appeared almost perfectly oval, ringed by ridges of consistent height, like the rim of a shallow bowl. No wonder the stars seemed to hang lower here. The geography itself created a natural amphitheater that focused the eye upward toward the heavens. By mid-afternoon, Caleb had covered more than half the valley's breadth, the northern ridge growing more distinct with each passing hour. As the sun began its westward descent, he started looking for suitable camping spots along the rising ground. Harlan hadn't specified exactly where along the ridge he intended to watch from, but Caleb reasoned that higher ground with clear sight lines across the valley would be the logical choice. He found what he was looking for as the day's light began to soften, a natural shelf about a third of the way up the ridge, protected on one side by an outcropping of weathered sandstone. A small cluster of juniper trees provided both windbreak and firewood, while offering sufficient clearance for unobstructed views across the valley floor. Most importantly, it presented a comfortable spot for Penny, with adequate grazing and flat ground for a horse accustomed to certain comforts in her advancing years. "This looks promising, old girl," he murmured as he dismounted and began unloading his gear. The mare nickered softly in what Caleb chose to interpret as agreement, immediately lowering her head to investigate the available grass. With practiced efficiency, he established his camp while daylight remained, gathering wood for the night's fire, arranging his bedroll in the shelter of the sandstone outcropping, setting coffee and beans near at hand for when hunger eventually asserted itself. As he worked, Caleb found himself paying particular attention to the quality of silence that surrounded him. Was this the special stillness Harlan had described, the valley holding its breath in anticipation, or simply the ordinary quiet of a remote landscape, undisturbed by human activity? The sun slipped below the western horizon as Caleb built his fire, transforming the sky into a canvas of deepening blues and purples against which the first stars gradually emerged. He settled against his saddle with a fresh-rolled cigarette, watching darkness claim the valley completely while contemplating the likelihood of Harlan's mysterious herd making an appearance. The waxing moon rose above the eastern ridge, not yet at its zenith, but already casting sufficient light to transform the valley floor into a silvery plain, across which shadows moved with the gentle stirring of grass in the evening breeze. Its nearly perfect roundness confirmed Harlan's description. Tonight marked the full moon, when the moonlit herd might appear to traverse their ancestral path across Starfall Valley. As the evening progressed, with no sign of additional human presence, Caleb began to wonder whether Harlan would appear, as promised. Perhaps the old wrangler had changed his mind, or had mentioned a different section of the ridge as his preferred viewing location. Either possibility seemed plausible, and Caleb found he wasn't particularly troubled by the prospect of witnessing the night's events, should they materialize, alone. He had spent much of his life in solitude, finding companionship primarily through brief encounters at trading posts or cattle sales, rather than sustained relationships. He had just put coffee on to boil at the edge of his small fire when movement caught his attention, not from the valley floor, but from further along the ridge to his east. A figure approached on foot, moving with the distinctive gait Caleb immediately recognized as belonging to Harlan Everett. The older man carried what appeared to be a small pack over one shoulder and used a sturdy walking stick to navigate the uneven terrain of the ridgeline. "Evening," Harlan called softly as he drew near. "Figured you might change your plans after our talk." Caleb nodded in greeting, gesturing toward the fire in silent invitation. "Coffee's just starting to boil if you're interested." "Obliged," Harlan replied, carefully picking his way down to Caleb's campsite. "Brought along something to share as well." He patted the small pack he carried. "Venison jerky my neighbor traded for some repairs to his wagon last week. Makes a fine companion to coffee on nights like this." As the older man settled across the fire from him, Caleb noticed he had dressed more warmly than the mild evening required. A heavy coat over his usual wool shirt, with a scarf wrapped around his neck, despite temperatures that remained comfortable. Following his gaze, Harlan offered a knowing nod. "Temperature drops sudden-like when they appear," he explained, unwrapping a package of dark jerky from his pack. "Like they pull the warmth right out of the air around them. Learned that lesson on my second viewing. Nearly froze before making it back to my cabin afterward." Caleb accepted this information with the same measured neutrality he had accorded Harlan's original tale, neither believing nor disbelieving. He simply filed it away as potentially useful information from someone with more experience in the matter at hand. He had brought his own coat, rolled behind his saddle as always during autumn travels, when nights could turn unexpectedly cool. They shared coffee and jerky in companionable silence as full darkness descended upon Starfall Valley. The moon continued its stately progress across the star-filled sky, casting enough light to distinguish major features across the valley floor despite the late hour. Occasionally one or the other would add wood to the fire, but neither seemed to feel the need for conversation simply to fill the quiet. It was the comfortable silence of men who had spent enough time alone to appreciate the rarity of compatible company. As midnight approached, Harlan grew increasingly alert, his gaze fixed on the eastern edge of the valley with particular intensity. He set aside his coffee cup and rose stiffly to his feet, moving to a position several yards from the fire where the flames wouldn't compromise his night vision. "It's nearly time," he said quietly. "If they're coming tonight, it will be soon." Curious despite his natural skepticism, Caleb joined him at the ridge's edge, bringing his coat as a concession to Harlan's warning about temperature drops. Together, they stood watching the moonlit valley, two aging frontiersmen, united by circumstances and shared understanding of a world that continued to transform around them with each passing year. The minutes stretched in silence, broken only by the occasional pop from the campfire behind them, or Penny's soft movements as she shifted position in her sleep. Caleb had just begun to wonder whether the night would pass without incident when he noticed Harlan stiffen beside him, inhaling sharply through his nose. "Listen," the older man whispered, his voice barely audible. At first, Caleb heard nothing beyond the ordinary sounds of the night, the distant call of a hunting owl, the whisper of breeze through the junipers behind them. Then gradually, He became aware of another sound far across the valley, a rhythmic drumming that might have been mistaken for his own heartbeat had it not steadily increased in volume with each passing second. Hoofbeats, he murmured, instinctively reaching for his coat as the temperature around them began to drop with surprising rapidity. His breath fogged in the suddenly chill air, though moments before the night had been mild enough for shirt sleeves. "There," Harlan said, pointing toward the eastern ridge of the valley. At first, Caleb saw nothing unusual, just the silvery landscape under moonlight, the gentle rise of the distant ridge against the star-filled sky. Then movement caught his eye. Fluid, coordinated motion along the ridgeline that gradually resolved into distinct forms as his eyes adjusted. Horses, or at least entities that resembled horses in their general shape and movement, though even at this distance, something about them struck Caleb as fundamentally different from any equines he had encountered during his long life working with livestock. They moved with impossible grace, flowing over terrain that should have required careful navigation with the fluid coordination of creatures unbound by ordinary physical limitations. Most striking, however, was the luminescence Harlan had described. Each animal radiated a soft glow that varied according to what would have been their coat color in ordinary horses. Silvery white for the palest, coppery gold for those that might have been chestnuts or bays, deepest blue-black for the darkest among them. This illumination wasn't the reflection of moonlight on ordinary hair, but something that seemed to emanate from within the creatures themselves, as if their bodies contained captured starlight. "My God," Caleb breathed, all skepticism forgotten as the herd crested the eastern ridge and began their descent toward the valley floor. He counted 14 distinct animals moving in perfect formation, no leader evident, yet maintaining precise spacing as they transitioned from walk to trot to canter with supernatural synchronization. "Told you they were something to behold," Harlan said softly beside him, satisfaction rather than vindication coloring his tone. "Worth delaying your journey for, wouldn't you say?" Caleb could only nod, transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before them. As the herd reached the valley floor and broke into a full gallop, he noticed what Harlan had described as stardust trailing behind each animal. A luminous wake that briefly lingered in their passage before fading back into ordinary darkness. The effect transformed their movement into something beyond physical running, more akin to stars streaking across the night sky than earthly creatures traversing ordinary ground. The temperature continued to drop around them, cold enough now that Caleb was grateful for his heavy coat. Beside him, Harlan had wrapped his scarf more tightly and pulled on thick gloves that had been tucked into his pockets. Their breath hung visible in the frigid air that seemed at odds with the season, as if winter had temporarily descended upon their small section of the ridge, while autumn continued uninterrupted elsewhere. "What are they?" Caleb asked, his voice hushed with instinctive respect for the phenomenon they were witnessing. Harlan shook his head slowly. "In 43 years of occasional viewing, I'm no closer to certainty than when I first saw them. All I know is what others have suggested. Spirits of horses that died during the Great Drought, returning to run the paths they loved in life. Or perhaps the mounts of cowboys and outlaws who died without proper burial, carrying the essence of their riders across the land they cherished." He paused, watching as the herd reached the center of the valley directly before their viewing position. This old Lakota fellow who happened upon my cabin years back had another theory. He said they were spirit guides, showing the path between worlds for souls still finding their way. Called them the herd that carries starlight. Said they appeared in sacred places where the boundary between worlds grew thin during certain phases of the moon. Whatever their nature, The effect was undeniably mesmerizing. Caleb found himself holding his breath as the herd thundered across the valley floor, moving with a speed that should have been impossible to maintain over such distance. Their glowing forms cast enough combined light to illuminate the ground beneath them, creating the illusion of a river of living light flowing across the darkened landscape. As they drew directly opposite Caleb and Harlan's position on the ridge, the lead horse, a massive stallion whose coat glowed with the silver-purple light of moonlight on water, suddenly altered course. Instead of continuing their westward trajectory, the magnificent creature turned slightly northward, angling toward the very ridge where the two men stood watching. Without hesitation or visible signal, the entire herd adjusted their course in perfect unison, 14 pairs of glowing eyes now seemingly fixed upon the human observers. "They've never done that before," Harlan murmured, tension evident in his voice despite efforts to remain calm. Always stayed their path across the valley floor. Caleb instinctively took a half step backward as the herd approached the base of their ridge, uncertain what it might mean that these otherworldly creatures had apparently noticed their presence and altered their route in response. Beside him, Harlan remained motionless, his weathered face illuminated by the increasingly bright glow of the approaching horses. At the base of the ridge, some unspoken command seemed to pass through the herd. They slowed in perfect coordination from gallop to canter to trot, finally coming to a complete stop in a precise semicircle facing upward toward the two men. 14 pairs of eyes, glowing with the same internal luminescence as their bodies, yet somehow deep and fathomless as the night sky itself, regarded the humans with unmistakable intelligence. For several heartbeats, absolute silence held the valley in its grip. Even the breeze seemed to pause, as if the world itself waited to see what would transpire between men and mysteries. The cold intensified around them, cold beyond any natural autumn night, cold that seemed to reach into Caleb's very bones despite his heavy coat. Then the led stallion moved. With deliberate grace that conveyed neither threat nor fear, the massive creature took several steps up the ridge, separating itself from the herd while maintaining that steady gaze that seemed to look through rather than at the watching men. As it drew closer, details became visible that had been indistinct at greater distance. The perfect musculature beneath the glowing coat, the flowing mane that seemed composed of liquid silver, the absolute absence of any sound accompanying its movement despite hooves striking rocky ground. 10 yards from where they stood, the stallion halted again, its eyes pale as moonlight yet somehow containing depths in which distant stars seemed to wheel. Fixed upon Caleb with particular intensity, in that gaze he experienced a sensation unlike anything encountered during his long life on the frontier, a sense of recognition that transcended ordinary awareness, as if the creature perceived not merely his physical form, but the accumulated experiences that had shaped his existence across 6 decades of joy and hardship, triumph and loss. More disconcerting still was his own response, an answering recognition that defied rational explanation. Looking into those luminous eyes, Caleb found himself overcome by absolute certainty that he had encountered this entity before, though not in any setting his conscious mind could recall. The sensation was akin to meeting a childhood friend after decades of separation, familiar yet transformed by the passage of time and experience. "It knows you," Harlan whispered beside him, his voice containing equal measures of awe and unease. Never seen them acknowledge a human presence before, much less this. Before Caleb could formulate a response, the stallion lowered its magnificent head in what could only be interpreted as deliberate gesture of acknowledgement or respect. The motion carried with it a subtle shift in the freezing air around them, not warming exactly, but a brief respite from the bone-deep cold that had accompanied the herd's approach. Then, with the same fluid grace that had marked its every movement, the creature turned and descended the ridge to rejoin its companions. Without visible signal, the herd reformed its perfect formation and resumed its westward journey across the valley floor, accelerating from standstill to full gallop with impossible smoothness. Caleb and Harlan stood in stunned silence, watching as the luminous procession continued toward the valley's western boundary. The stardust trails behind each animal seemed more pronounced now, creating ephemeral pathways of light that lingered briefly before fading back into ordinary darkness. Within minutes, the herd had reached the western ridge and crested its summit without slowing. One by one, they disappeared beyond the horizon, not gradually diminishing with distance, but vanishing completely between one heartbeat and the next, as if passing through a doorway invisible to human perception. As the last glowing form disappeared from view, warmth returned to the air around them with surprising suddenness. The temperature rose to its previous mild autumnal level within seconds, leaving only their still visible breath as evidence of the unnatural cold that had accompanied the herd's presence. Several minutes passed before either man spoke, both processing what they had witnessed according to their individual frameworks of understanding. Eventually, it was Harlan who broke the silence, his voice carrying the contemplative tone of someone comparing new information against decades of accumulated experience. 7 times I've watched them cross this valley, he said quietly. Never once have they acknowledged human presence, much less approached or recognized someone. He turned to regard Caleb with newfound curiosity. What do you make of that? Caleb considered the question carefully, respect for the phenomenon they had witnessed demanding thoughtful response rather than hasty dismissal or wild speculation. I don't rightly know, he admitted finally. Felt like recognition. As if we'd met before, though I can't imagine when or how. Harlan nodded slowly. The Lakota fellow I mentioned, he said these spirits sometimes acknowledge those approaching their own transition between worlds, called it the greeting of future companions. The implication hung between them, neither man needing to articulate its significance. At their age, the transition between life and whatever followed represented not distant theoretical concept, but approaching reality to be contemplated with appropriate sobriety. I'm not planning on dying any time particularly soon, Caleb observed dryly, some of his habitual pragmatism reasserting itself. A brief smile crossed Harlan's weathered features. Neither am I, but at our age, it's not exactly inappropriate for the universe to start dropping hints. He gestured toward the now empty valley, where ordinary moonlight had reclaimed the landscape. Besides, I found it rather comforting, the notion that something so beautiful might be waiting on the other side. This perspective struck Caleb with unexpected resonance. Throughout his long life, he had maintained healthy skepticism toward the various religious frameworks offered as explanation for existence's fundamental mysteries. Yet witnessing the moonlit herd, particularly that moment of inexplicable recognition with the lead stallion, had awakened something within him that transcended ordinary understanding. Not belief in specific theological constructs, but appreciation for possibilities beyond material existence that might accommodate experiences ordinary science couldn't readily explain. They returned to the campfire in thoughtful silence, the small flames offering welcome warmth and light after their extraordinary encounter. By unspoken mutual agreement, neither attempted immediate, comprehensive interpretation of what they had witnessed. Some experiences required digestion rather than analysis, their meaning revealed gradually through reflection rather than immediate dissection. Harlan accepted another cup of coffee with a nod of thanks, settling back against a convenient rock with the ease of a man accustomed to finding comfort in rustic surroundings. "Planning to continue your journey tomorrow?" he asked after several minutes of companionable quiet. Caleb nodded, finding his original travel plans undisturbed despite the night's remarkable events. "Still headed for that cabin by Lake Isabella. Seems like a good place to contemplate what we just saw, among other things." "Good fishing up that way," Harlan observed with the casual tone of routine conversation, respecting Caleb's apparent desire to process the extraordinary within frameworks of ordinary life. "Brook trout big enough to feed a man for days with a single catch." This mundane observation brought a smile to Caleb's face, appreciation for the older man's understanding that even the most profound experiences must ultimately be integrated into life's continuing practical requirements. Transcendent moments might temporarily suspend ordinary concerns, but hunger, shelter, and purpose remained constants, requiring attention regardless of spiritual awakenings or supernatural encounters. They talked of simpler matters as the night deepened around them: fish that might be caught in mountain lakes, changes observed across decades on the frontier, the particular challenges and satisfactions of lives lived primarily in solitude. Throughout this ordinary conversation, however, both remained aware of having shared something extraordinary, a glimpse beyond conventional reality's limitations that would color their perspectives on existence for whatever time remained to them. When Harlan eventually rose to depart, declining Caleb's offer of space by the fire until morning in favor of returning to his own cabin, the farewell carried weight beyond routine social convention. They clasped hands briefly, the gesture acknowledging shared witness to mysteries that defied simple categorization. "Safe travels," Harlan said simply, "and good fishing when you reach that lake." Caleb nodded appreciation for both stated wish and deeper acknowledgement underlying it. "I've got a feeling you might see them again," he replied. "When you do, well, remember me to them." A smile creased Harlan's weathered features at this oblique reference to their shared experience. "Count on it," he promised, before turning to make his way along the ridge toward distant home, his silhouette gradually disappearing into darkness beyond firelight's reach. Left alone with his thoughts, Caleb added wood to the fire and rolled a final cigarette for the night, his gaze drawn repeatedly to the now empty valley floor where ordinary moonlight had replaced the extraordinary luminescence of the spectral herd. The encounter had awakened something within him, not fear or even wonder precisely, but renewed appreciation for existence's fundamental mystery, despite decades spent in pragmatic engagement with its material demands. As he prepared for sleep, arranging his bedroll in the shelter of the sandstone outcropping, Caleb found himself contemplating the journey that still lay ahead. Lake Isabella awaited, with its promised peace and solitude, offering space to integrate the night's experience within his understanding of a world that continued to reveal new dimensions, even in life's later chapters. Surprisingly, he found the encounter had left him not with unease about mortality's approach, but with curious anticipation for whatever transitions still awaited. If entities as magnificent as the moonlit herd moved between worlds visible and unseen, perhaps the boundaries between those realms held wonders beyond current comprehension, rather than causes for apprehension. Sleep claimed him with unusual ease despite the night's extraordinary events. Dreams filled with luminous horses carrying stardust in their wake across endless plains beneath infinite skies. When morning arrived with characteristic southwestern clarity, the memory remained vivid, carrying none of dreams' usual ephemeral quality, but instead the solid certainty of significant experience that would inform whatever days remained in his journey. As he saddled Penny and prepared for departure, Caleb paused to gaze once more across Starfall Valley, now transformed back into ordinary landscape beneath morning sunlight. No visible evidence remained of the moonlit herd's passage, no tracks marking their route, no lingering stardust trails across the valley floor. Yet something had fundamentally changed in his perception of the world around him, a shift subtle yet profound in its implications for how he would approach his remaining years. Mounting with the careful movements of a man well acquainted with his body's limitations, Caleb guided Penny northward along the ridge before beginning their descent toward the valley's far side. His destination remained unchanged, the cabin by Lake Isabella where peaceful retirement awaited, but the journey itself had acquired new significance, each mile representing not merely transition between physical locations, but passage through a world now recognized as harboring depths beyond ordinary perception. As they crested the northern ridge and Starfall Valley receded behind them, Caleb felt unexpected certainty that he would one day encounter the luminous herd again, perhaps not during his remaining years in physical form, but eventually, when his own transition between worlds arrived in its appointed time. The recognition he had witnessed in the lead stallion's impossible eyes suggested connection transcending ordinary existence, acknowledgement of journeys yet to come, when the constraints of material reality no longer defined the parameters of possible experience. With this curious comfort accompanying more practical considerations of distance and terrain, Caleb Morgan continued northward, toward whatever awaited at journey's end. The trail stretched before him across rolling countryside, gradually rising toward distant mountains, each step carrying him through a landscape now perceived as potentially harboring mysteries beyond conventional understanding. A world where moonlit horses might carry stardust in their wake across valleys that served as thresholds between realms ordinarily separated by boundaries transparent only to those approaching their own transitions between states of being. Such was the legacy of the moonlit herd of Starfall Valley. Not fear or even wonder alone, but profound appreciation for existence's fundamental mystery, despite decades spent in pragmatic engagement with its material demands. And with this expanded awareness illuminating familiar territories with fresh perspective, Caleb rode on toward mountains where quiet waters awaited, carrying within him memories of luminous horses and the curious anticipation of journeys yet to come. As the tale of the moonlit herd fades into the whispers of the night, the ethereal glow of those spectral horses dims beyond the horizon. The stars continue their eternal watch over the frontier lands, where countless stories unfold beneath their ancient light. Let us now turn our attention to another hidden corner of this vast wilderness where the morning mist rises over Hope's Hollow. Here, among the whispering aspens and gentle meadows, different mysteries await beneath the same western sky that watches over us all. The setting sun cast long fingers of golden light across the rolling plains as Arthur Morgan guided his horse along the winding trail that led toward the valley. After days of hard riding through unforgiving territory, the gentle slopes and verdant grasslands before him offered a welcome change from the dusty paths he had left behind. His mount, a sturdy Palomino, seemed to sense the change as well, its gait becoming more relaxed as they descended into the sheltered lowland. Arthur had heard whispers of Hope's Hollow from travelers along his journey, descriptions of a peaceful settlement nestled in a fertile valley where clear waters ran and the soil yielded generously. Some spoke of it with a particular reverence, mentioning the peculiar bell that rang each evening as darkness began to claim the land. Just a quiet little place, an old prospector had told him, eyes distant with remembrance. Nothing much to look at, but there's something about that bell. makes a man think about things, important things. Arthur had merely nodded, accustomed to exaggerated tales that circulated through frontier communities. Yet as the valley opened before him now, bathed in the warm amber light of approaching dusk, he found himself curious about this place and its evening ritual. His original intention had been to pass through quickly, resupplying before continuing on to meet with Dutch and the others. But weariness pulled at his bones, and the prospect of a night's rest in a peaceful settlement held growing appeal. As the road curved around a gentle bend, Hope's Hollow revealed itself. Nestled against the valley's eastern slope stood a collection of well-maintained buildings, not a large settlement by any measure, but one that conveyed a sense of permanence often lacking in frontier towns. Sturdy homes with small gardens occupied the valley floor, smoke rising from chimneys in thin columns. A general store, its porch lined with rocking chairs, stood at the town's center, with a modest saloon nearby. Most striking was the stone church that occupied the highest point within the town's boundaries. Built from locally quarried granite with a simple bell tower rising from its western end, the structure commanded attention through the quiet dignity of its construction. The setting sun caught the bell tower in direct illumination, causing the weathered bronze bell visible within to gleam with subdued radiance. Arthur guided his horse toward the town's only stable. As he approached, a middle-aged man emerged, wiping his hands on a leather apron that bore the marks of years of honest work. "Evening, stranger," the stable master called, his tone measured. "Looking for accommodation for yourself and your mount?" Arthur nodded, dismounting with the careful movements of someone who has spent too many hours in the saddle. "If you've got space," he responded, stretching slightly. "Been on the trail a fair while." The stable master's eyes, kind but observant, took in Arthur's trail-worn appearance. "Always room for a traveler in Hope's Hollow, mister. Name's Thomas Everett. Most folk just call me Tom. "The Morgan," Arthur replied, extending a hand that the stable master grasped firmly. "Your timing's good, Mr. Morgan," Tom commented as he began to unsaddle the Palomino. "Another hour and you'd have been making camp alongside the trail. We don't much care for folk moving about after dark here, not because of any danger, just respect for the evening bell." Arthur's interest quickened at the mention of the bell. "Well, returned the bell," he said, glancing toward the stone building. "Heard tell of it from others. Some kind of local custom?" Tom nodded, his expression becoming thoughtful. "Custom, tradition, ritual, whatever name suits it best. Bell's been ringing every evening at dusk since before my grandfather's time. Father McKinley tends to it now, same as the priests before him." "Town have a hotel?" Arthur asked, shifting to more practical matters. "Mrs. Sinclair runs a proper boarding house just past the general store," Tom replied. "Clean beds, fair prices, and breakfast that'll make you reconsider whatever plans have you passing through. Instead of staying on, tell her I sent you. Might get you the corner room with the extra window." Arthur thanked the stable master, negotiated a reasonable price for his horse's care, and collected his saddlebags before heading in the direction Tom had indicated. The settlement felt different from the countless other frontier towns he'd passed through over the years. There was an unusual quietness to Hope's Hollow, not the ominous silence of a community burdened by fear or suspicion, but rather the peaceful quiet of a place where people had found a rhythm of life that suited their collective nature. Children still played in the spaces between buildings, their laughter carrying on the evening air. Men and women moved purposefully about their evening tasks, exchanging greetings with neighbors and pausing occasionally for brief conversation. Yet underlying these normal activities was a sense of something deeper, a shared awareness of approaching twilight that seemed to influence even the most mundane interactions. The boarding house proved easy to find, A two-story clapboard structure painted a pleasing shade of blue with white trim, its front yard neatly maintained and adorned with flowering plants that added splashes of color against the weathered wood. A hand-painted sign identifying it as Sinclair Boarding and Breakfast hung beside the front door, which stood partly open to admit the pleasant evening air. Arthur was greeted at the threshold by a woman he estimated to be in her early 50s, with silver-streaked auburn hair pulled back in a practical bun, and clear hazel eyes that assessed him with the same careful attention the stablemaster had shown. Her expression, initially neutral, warmed slightly when he mentioned Tom's recommendation. "Any friend of Tom's is welcome here," she said, introducing herself as Eliza Sinclair with a dignified nod. "The corner room is indeed available, Mr. Morgan. $5 for the night, breakfast included, additional nights at the same rate should you decide to extend your stay." The price was fair by Frontier standards, especially with a meal included, and Arthur accepted without haggling. Mrs. Sinclair led him upstairs to a clean, modestly furnished room that offered windows on two sides, providing excellent cross-ventilation and views of both the main street and the stone church on the hillside. "Supper's finished for the evening," Mrs. Sinclair informed him as she handed over a key, "but I can arrange a cold plate if you're hungry. Otherwise, the saloon serves decent fare until 8 o'clock. Arthur thanked her and opted to visit the saloon, feeling the need for some warm food and perhaps a drink after his long journey. As he set his belongings down and prepared to wash away the dust of travel, Mrs. Sinclair paused at the doorway, her expression shifting subtly. "The evening bell will toll in about half an hour," she said, her tone carrying a hint of something Arthur couldn't quite place. Not warning, exactly, but a gentle notice of significance. Some visitors find they want to be outdoors when it happens, their first time in Hope's Hollow. The church grounds are open to all, should you feel so inclined. With that curious suggestion, she departed, leaving Arthur to his ablutions. The cool water from the wash basin revitalized him somewhat, and clean clothes improved his spirits further. By the time he descended the stairs to head toward the saloon, the sun had sunk lower, its direct light now illuminating only the uppermost portion of the church bell tower, while the rest of the valley lay in the soft, diffuse glow of approaching dusk. The saloon, bearing the simple name The Hollow's Rest on its swinging sign, proved to be a far cry from the boisterous establishments Arthur typically encountered in his travels. No piano played raucous tunes, no card games proceeded with tense concentration in the corners, no working girls circulated among the patrons with practiced smiles. Instead, a half-dozen local residents sat at various tables, conversing quietly over meals and modest drinks, while the bartender, a barrel-chested man with an impressive mustache, polished glasses with methodical care. Arthur approached the bar, ordered a plate of whatever was warm in the kitchen along with a whiskey, and found himself served a generous portion of beef stew, accompanied by fresh bread. The food was simple, but prepared with skill, the meat tender and vegetables still maintaining their distinct flavors, rather than dissolving into uniform mush as often happened in frontier cooking. As he ate, Arthur observed the gradual transformation occurring within the saloon. One by one, patrons finished their meals, settled their accounts, and departed with nods of acknowledgement to the bartender, who seemed to anticipate this exodus without concern. By the time Arthur had sopped up the last of his stew with a piece of bread, only he and the bartender remained. "Fine evening for the bell," the bartender commented as he collected Arthur's empty plate. "Clear air carries the sound all through the valley on nights like this." Arthur nodded, finishing his whiskey. "Seems to be important to folks around here." "Important enough," the man agreed with a philosophical shrug. "Name's Daniel Harrison, by the way. Most just call me Dan. I gather you're staying at Eliza's place." "Word travels fast," Arthur observed, Dan smiled, the expression making his mustache curve upward at the ends. Small towns, Mr. Morgan. No secrets, just delayed revelations. He glanced toward the windows, where the light had dimmed noticeably. You planning to hear the bell from here, or join the others up at the church? It was the second time someone had suggested witnessing the bells tolling as an experience worth seeking out, and Arthur's curiosity had been sufficiently piqued. Think I might walk up that way, he decided, placing payment for his meal and drink on the counter. Dan nodded approval. First-timers often find it meaningful. Path starts just past the general store, leads right up to the church grounds. You've got about 10 minutes before Father McKinley rings. Following these directions, Arthur soon found himself on a well-maintained path that wound gradually up the hillside toward the stone church. As he ascended, the view of Hope's Hollow spread out below him, its buildings now casting long shadows in the final moments of direct sunlight. The valley beyond presented a picture of natural tranquility. Stands of trees following the course of a gently winding river. Meadows where wildflowers nodded in the evening breeze. Distant hills bathed in the warm hues of imminent sunset. The church itself proved even more impressive at close range. Built from locally quarried granite in varying shades of grey and pale tan, its walls gave the impression of having grown organically from the hillside rather than being merely positioned upon it. Small diamond-paned windows glowed with the muted light of candles or lamps from within, while the bell tower, simple in design yet perfectly proportioned, drew the eye upward toward the bronze bell suspended at its center. Arthur was mildly surprised to discover he was not alone in making this evening pilgrimage. Perhaps a dozen residents had gathered in the open area before the church, standing in small groups, or, in some cases, completely alone, all maintaining a respectful quietness as they waited. Some nodded acknowledgement as Arthur approached, but none initiated conversation, seeming to understand instinctively that he had come, as they had, to experience rather than to socialize. Among those present, Arthur noticed one figure that drew his attention particularly. A woman standing slightly apart from the others, wrapped in a dark blue shawl despite the relative warmth of the evening. Something in her posture, a straightness of spine combined with a certain stillness, suggested both strength and sorrow in equal measure. Though not elderly, the silver streaking her dark hair indicated she had seen enough of life to know its harsher aspect. As Arthur found a place to stand somewhat apart from the gathered residents, a side door to the church opened, and a man emerged whom Arthur immediately identified as Father McKinley. Tall and lean, with the weathered features of someone who spent considerable time outdoors despite his clerical role, the priest moved with unhurried purpose toward the church's main entrance, pausing briefly to acknowledge the assembled observers with a gentle nod before disappearing inside. Moments later, as the last direct sunlight faded from the valley's western rim, leaving Hope's Hollow in the suspended illumination of deepening dusk, the bell began to toll. The sound emerged not as a sharp, commanding peal designed to assemble a congregation or mark time with authoritative precision, but rather as a gentle, resonant tone that seemed to expand outward in concentric circles like ripples on still water. The bell rang with deliberate slowness, 3 seconds between each toll by Arthur's estimate, with each note allowed to fulfill its complete resonance before the next began. The sound possessed a curious quality that Arthur had never encountered in church bells before, a warmth and richness that suggested age without deterioration, use without demand. As the tolling continued, Arthur became aware of subtle changes occurring both within himself and in the gathered community. The residents of Hope's Hollow had shifted their postures almost imperceptibly. some closing their eyes, others gazing toward the distant horizon where the sun's last light painted the sky in deepening shades of gold and crimson. A collective exhalation seemed to pass through the group with each toll, as if the bell's voice released something held within. Not tension exactly, but perhaps the accumulated weight of daily concern. Within his own awareness, Arthur noticed an unexpected quieting of the perpetual vigilance that had become second nature through years of outlaw life. The part of his mind that constantly evaluated surroundings for threats, escape routes, and opportunities seemed to recede, not through carelessness, but through a peculiar reassurance carried in the bell's voice. Each toll suggested continuation rather than ending, pattern rather than chaos, connection rather than isolation. Images and memories rose unbidden as the bell continued its measured speaking, faces of those lost along the trail of his difficult life, moments of connection severed by violence or circumstance, opportunities for different paths not taken. Yet unlike his usual encounters with these painful recollections, these remembrances now seemed to exist within a larger context that somehow made them bearable, threads in a tapestry rather than wounds that would never heal. Arthur became distantly aware that the woman in the blue shawl had moved slightly, positioning herself where she could observe both the bell tower and the distant horizon simultaneously. A single tear tracked down her cheek, catching the fading light, yet her expression conveyed not despair but a complex peace, acknowledgement of loss without being defined by it. The tolling continued for perhaps 5 minutes, though Arthur found his usual precise tracking of time had become fluid. When the final note sounded, it was allowed to resonate completely, diminishing naturally until only the memory of its voice remained in the evening air. The silence that followed felt not empty, but fulfilled, as if the bell's purpose had been not to break the quietness, but to give it voice and form. For several moments, no one moved or spoke. Then, gradually, the assembled residents began to disperse, some nodding farewell to neighbors, others departing in contemplative solitude. No one spoke above a whisper, as if to preserve something precious in the atmosphere that the bell had created. As Arthur prepared to make his own way back down the path toward the boarding house, he noticed Father McKinley emerging once more from the church. The priest paused, observing the departing congregation with an expression of quiet satisfaction before his gaze settled on Arthur with gentle inquiry. "First time hearing our bell, I gather," the priest said as he approached, his voice pitched low to match the hushed atmosphere that still prevailed. "I'm Father Thomas McKinley. Welcome to Hope's Hollow, Mr. Morgan," Arthur supplied. "Arthur Morgan. And yes, first time. Been told about it on the trail, but hearing's different than hearing about." Father McKinley nodded, understanding evident in his weathered features. "Most find it so. The bell speaks differently to each person, yet somehow manages to say what's most needed." He gestured toward a simple wooden bench positioned near the church entrance. "Care to sit a while? No obligation to talk about what you heard in its voice, or to talk at all for that matter, but company can be welcome after certain kinds of solitude." Something in the priest's manner, neither prying nor dismissive, simply present and attentive, appealed to Arthur, and he found himself accepting the invitation despite his usual wariness around religious figures, whose judgment he had often felt throughout his complicated life. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, watching as the last residents departed and twilight deepened toward true night. The valley below had transformed, windows now glowing with lamplight, while the spaces between buildings surrendered to growing darkness. Above, the first stars had begun to appear, pinpricks of ancient light against the deepening blue of the eastern sky. "Been the bell ring along?" Arthur finally asked, Genuinely curious about this man and his unusual ministry, Father McKinley smiled slightly. 12 years now? Inherited the responsibility from Father Marshall before me, who rang for 31 years. And he from Father Callahan before him. The succession stretches back to when the town was founded, though records from the earliest days are... He made a small gesture that suggested historical uncertainties, less than complete. Seems more than just marking the day's end, Arthur observed. The priest nodded, appreciating the perception. Much more. Though the original purpose has acquired layers of meaning over generations. He turned slightly on the bench, studying Arthur with kind but penetrating attention. How much have you heard about our bell's history, Mr. Morgan? Just that it rings every evening? Some mentioned it has to do with guiding souls. A simplified version, but not incorrect. Father McKinley acknowledged. The bell began as a practical necessity when Hope's Hollow was first settled. The valley's peculiar geography makes it prone to ground-hugging mists after sunset, especially in spring and autumn. Early settlers found themselves disoriented when caught out after dark, sometimes wandering for hours despite being within shouting distance of their own homes. He gestured toward the bell tower. The founders placed the bell on the highest point in the settlement, to be rung when the mist rose, guiding lost travelers home through sound when sight failed them. A practical solution to a practical problem. Arthur nodded, understanding. Many frontier communities had developed similar systems to address local challenges. But practicality often acquires deeper meaning over time, the priest continued. As years passed, the bell became associated not just with physical guidance, but spiritual orientation as well. When epidemics swept through the valley in the 1830s, claiming nearly a third of the population within weeks, the bell was rung for those who passed, not as a death knell announcing each individual loss, which would have been nearly constant, but as a collective acknowledgement. Each evening, Father McKinley's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where the last color had faded from the sky. Those who survived began to speak of the bell as guiding not just living travelers home through physical mist, but departed souls through the valley of death toward eternal rest. The practical and spiritual purposes merged into the tradition we maintain today, acknowledging both the closing of each day and the passage of those who have left us, while offering guidance to any who might feel lost, in body or spirit. Arthur found himself moved by the explanation, which managed to be both pragmatic and profound without veering into the type of moralizing he had come to expect from religious narratives. Town seems unusually invested in maintaining the tradition, he observed. Hope's Hollow has experienced its share of hardship, the priest replied. Mining accidents in the early days, the epidemic I mentioned, economic struggles when the railroad bypassed us by 12 miles, periods when remaining must have seemed more difficult than leaving. His expression softened with evident affection for his community. Yet through each challenge, the bell continued its evening voice, reminding people that orientation remains possible even in darkness, that being temporarily lost doesn't mean being eternally abandoned, that what endures can guide us through what changes. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of the settlement below, doors closing, dogs barking occasionally, the murmur of voices from households gathered for evening meals or conversation. The woman in the blue shawl, Arthur said after a time, his curiosity genuine rather than idle. Seemed the bell holds particular meaning for her. Father McKinley nodded, unsurprised by the observation. Sarah Winters lost her husband and young son 3 years ago. Accident at the lumber mill north of here. James was foreman, taking Michael along to learn the trade. His expression conveyed compassionate understanding rather than pity. The bell has been especially important to her since then. Some find its voice speaks most clearly to those carrying the heaviest burdens. Before Arthur could respond, the church door opened and the woman in question emerged, appearing briefly startled to find others still present. Father McKinley rose immediately. "Sarah," he greeted her with gentle warmth. "I didn't realize you were still inside. May I introduce Arthur Morgan, recently arrived in Hope's Hollow?" Arthur stood as well, nodding respectful acknowledgement to the woman, who returned the gesture with quiet dignity. Now seeing her features more clearly in the light spilling from the church doorway, he noted both the evidence of past sorrow in her expression and the surprising strength present alongside it. "Mr. Morgan is hearing our bell for the first time," Father McKinley explained. "I've been sharing some of its history." "Then, you've chosen an excellent narrator," Sarah replied, her voice soft yet clear, addressing Arthur directly. "Father McKinley understands the bell's voice better than most of us." "I merely ring it, Sarah," the priest demurred. "The understanding comes from many sources." A small smile touched Sarah's lips, brief but genuine. "Including those who listen most carefully." She adjusted her shawl slightly against the cooling evening air. "I should be getting home. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Morgan. Perhaps we'll speak again before you continue your journey." With a nod to both men, she departed, moving down the path with unhurried grace that suggested someone who had learned to carry significant weight without being bent by it. "I believe I'll follow Sarah's example," Father McKinley said after she had moved beyond easy hearing distance. "Evening duties still await. You're welcome to remain as long as you wish, Mr. Morgan. The church itself is open through the night, should you desire quieter reflection." Arthur thanked the priest, though he had no immediate intention of entering the church. As Father McKinley turned to go, however, Arthur found himself asking one more question. "The bell's sound. It's different somehow. Can't quite place how." The priest paused, a subtle satisfaction in his expression suggesting Arthur had noticed something significant. "Very perceptive. Most bells of this age and provenance are cast primarily from bronze, typically about 78% copper to 22% tin, with perhaps minimal amounts of other metals added for specific tonal qualities." He glanced toward the bell tower, visible now only as a darker shape against the night sky. "Our bell, however, contains silver, a considerable amount according to the town records. Nearly 8% of its total composition, replacing a portion of the traditional copper content." "Silver," Arthur repeated, surprised. In a frontier community where practical needs often outweighed aesthetic considerations, such use of precious metals seemed unusual. "Seems an extravagance for a settlement this size, especially in earlier days." "It would indeed," Father McKinley agreed, "had it been purchased that way. But our bell wasn't commissioned or bought. It was given, brought here by the town's founder, Jonathan Hope, who arrived with little beyond the clothes on his back, basic supplies, and this bell strapped to his wagon." The priest's expression suggested appreciation for the historical paradox. "Town records indicate he never explained where it came from or why he considered it essential to a settlement that didn't yet exist. Simply insisted it be mounted in the first permanent structure built, which became this church. When asked about the cost or value, he reportedly said only that some debts can only be paid forward, never back." With that intriguing historical note, Father McKinley bid Arthur good evening and disappeared into the church, leaving him alone on the hillside with a view of Hope's Hollow now fully embraced by night, its windows glowing with warm invitation against the darkness. Arthur remained a while longer, allowing the day's experiences to settle within him. The bell's toll had affected him more deeply than he had anticipated, stirring memories and emotions long suppressed beneath the demanding practicalities of his outlaw existence. Names and faces rose in his awareness, those lost along the difficult trail of his life, connections severed by violence or circumstance, moments when different choices might have led toward different destinations. Yet, unlike his usual encounters with these painful recollections, which typically arrived accompanied by sharp regret or defensive anger, tonight they seemed to exist within a larger context. The bell's voice had somehow suggested continuation rather than ending, connection rather than severance, significance rather than futility, not erasing the pain of loss or poor choices, but perhaps offering a frame that made them bearable, pieces of a larger pattern rather than isolated failures. As he finally made his way down the path toward the boarding house, Arthur found himself wondering if he might extend his stay in Hope's Hollow beyond the single night he had initially planned. The obligation to rejoin Dutch and the others remained, of course, responsibilities that couldn't be abandoned, regardless of personal inclination. Yet perhaps a day or two in this unusual settlement might provide something he hadn't realized he needed until the bell's voice had revealed its absence. Mrs. Sinclair was seated in the parlor when Arthur entered the boarding house, her hands occupied with mending while a small fire provided warmth against the growing coolness of the spring evening. She looked up at his entrance, her expression revealing no surprise at his extended absence. "Tea?" she offered, indicating a pot on the small table beside her chair. "Just brewed fresh," Arthur accepted with a nod of thanks, finding himself uncharacteristically receptive to such ordinary social interaction after the evening's more profound experience. As Mrs. Sinclair poured, he noticed a small framed daguerreotype on the mantelpiece, a formal portrait of a man in Union Army uniform, his serious expression softened slightly by kind eyes that resembled Mrs. Sinclair's own. Following his gaze, she smiled slightly. "My William, 18 years gone now, though there are still moments when I expect to hear his footsteps on the porch." Arthur nodded understanding, accepting the cup she offered. "The bell helps," he observed, rather than asked, making connection to what he had learned from Father McKinley. "Very much," Mrs. Sinclair confirmed, resuming her mending with practiced hands. "Not by diminishing what's lost, but by placing it within something larger. The sound itself, of course, there's nothing quite like Silver's voice in bronze, but also the ritual of it, the community gathered in acknowledgement that none of us walks entirely alone through grief." Arthur sipped his tea, finding it prepared with the same care evident in everything he had encountered in Mrs. Sinclair's establishment. "Father McKinley mentioned the silver content," he said. "Unusual choice for a church bell. Particularly one brought by wagon across difficult country," Mrs. Sinclair agreed. "Jonathan Hope never explained his insistence on that particular bell for a settlement not yet established. Those stories have accumulated over generations, as stories tend to do in small communities." Arthur's interest quickened at the mention of stories beyond the factual account Father McKinley had provided. What sort of stories? Mrs. Sinclair's hands stilled briefly on her mending, her expression suggesting internal debate regarding how much to share with a transient guest. Something in Arthur's manner must have indicated genuine interest, rather than mere passing curiosity, however, for she continued after only momentary hesitation. "Some say Jonathan Hope was fleeing tragedy when he arrived here, the loss of his family and circumstances he might have prevented had he been present rather than pursuing business interests elsewhere, that the bell was commissioned as atonement, its silver content symbolic of the 30 pieces paid to Judas." Her tone remained neutral, neither endorsing nor dismissing this interpretation. Others claim he discovered it abandoned in a ghost town during his travels, recognizing its unusual voice and sensing its potential significance to a community not yet founded. She said, her mending aside, warming her hands around her own teacup. The more fanciful versions suggest divine guidance, visions or dreams directing him to this valley, with instructions to establish a settlement centered around the bell's evening voice, or that he was led here by the spirit of someone he had lost, finding the valley through guidance he could feel but not explain. Arthur nodded, familiar with the way frontier communities often constructed layers of meaning around historical events, particularly those involving founders or significant local landmarks. Yet something in these various narratives resonated with his own experience of the bell's unusual quality. Its voice had spoken to something within him that he rarely acknowledged, a capacity for reflection and connection that the demands of outlaw life generally suppressed out of necessity. Whatever brought Jonathan Hope to this valley with that particular bell, Mrs. Sinclair continued, the result has been a community that understands something important about living with both joy and sorrow. The bell reminds us each evening that darkness comes but is never permanent, that loss is real but not the entirety of existence, that being temporarily disoriented doesn't mean being eternally lost. She rose, collecting Arthur's empty cup with efficient grace. "Will you be staying another night, Mr. Morgan? Many first-time visitors find they want to hear the bell again after their initial experience." Arthur considered briefly before nodding agreement. His business with Dutch wasn't time-critical, and the prospect of hearing the bell's voice once more held unexpected appeal. "Think I might," he confirmed. "Got some thinking to do that might benefit from another evening here." Mrs. Sinclair accepted this decision with a small smile that suggested understanding beyond his simple statement. "I've found Hope's Hollow particularly conducive to certain kinds of thinking," she observed, "especially the sort that's difficult to accomplish amid more demanding surroundings." With that knowing comment, she wished him good night and departed toward her own quarters at the rear of the house, leaving Arthur to make his way upstairs to the corner room where his few possessions waited. As he prepared for sleep, his mind continued processing the day's experiences, the unexpectedly peaceful qualities of Hope's Hollow, the bell's unusual voice and its effects, the stories surrounding Jonathan Hope's arrival with his peculiar treasure. Sleep, when it came, brought dreams unlike Arthur's usual restless visions of pursuit or confrontation. Instead, he found himself walking through misty terrain where landmarks appeared and disappeared without warning, yet without causing the anxiety such disorientation would normally produce. Throughout the dream, a sound guided him. Not the bell exactly, but something that carried its resonant quality, suggesting direction without demanding compliance, offering orientation while preserving choice. He woke at dawn feeling unusually rested, the dream's peaceful quality lingering as he dressed and made his way downstairs to the dining room where Mrs. Sinclair had prepared breakfast for her guests. The meal proved as excellent as Tom had suggested the previous evening. Fresh bread, preserves made from local berries, eggs prepared to each guest's preference, and coffee strong enough to cut through any remaining morning fogginess. As he ate, Arthur considered how to spend the day before evening brought the bell's toll once more. Part of him felt an uncharacteristic inclination towards simple rest, perhaps finding a spot along the river to sketch the valley's scenery in the small journal he carried, or even engaging in ordinary conversation with townspeople without the usual purpose of gathering useful information or identifying potential marks. Before he could settle on a plan, however, the dining room door opened to admit Sarah Winters. the woman in the blue shawl from the previous evening's gathering at the church. She nodded greeting to Mrs. Sinclair, who immediately began preparing what appeared to be her usual breakfast, before noticing Arthur at his table. After a brief hesitation that suggested internal debate, she approached. "Mr. Morgan," she said by way of greeting, "I hope I'm not intruding on your morning solitude, but I wondered if you might be interested in seeing more of Hope's Hollow during your stay. I'm planning to walk to the river this morning, a particularly pleasant spot about a mile downstream from town. You'd be welcome to accompany me if you've no other arrangements." The invitation surprised Arthur, who was unaccustomed to such straightforward social overtures from respectable women in small communities. Yet nothing in Sarah's manner suggested ulterior motive or impropriety, simply practical acknowledgement that a newcomer might appreciate orientation from someone familiar with local geography. "That's kind of you, Mrs. Winters," he replied, genuine in his appreciation despite some uncertainty about accepting. "Don't want to impose on your morning routine, though." "No imposition," she assured him with a small smile that transformed her features in subtle but significant ways. "The walk is more pleasant with company, and I find myself curious about your impressions of our bell. First experiences often reveal aspects those of us who hear it daily might overlook." Put that way, the invitation seemed to offer mutual benefit rather than one-sided charity toward a stranger, making it easier for Arthur to accept. "Be glad to join you then," he agreed. "Just need to finish breakfast and collect my hat." They departed the boarding house half an hour later, Sarah leading the way along a well-maintained path that curved away from the main settlement toward the river, visible as a silvery ribbon in the near distance. The morning had dawned clear and pleasant, with spring wildflowers dotting the meadows through which they walked, and birdsong providing natural accompaniment to their progress. Sarah proved to be companionable without being demanding, allowing comfortable silences to develop naturally between brief observations about the landscape or points of local interest they passed. Her manner struck Arthur as unusual, a quiet self-possession that neither sought approval nor rejected connection, balanced perfectly between independence and awareness of others. "Been in Hope's Hollow long?" Arthur eventually asked, genuinely curious about this composed woman who had extended unexpected kindness to a stranger. "All my life," Sarah replied, her gaze taking in the valley with evident affection. "Born here, married here, buried my husband and son here." The last was stated factually, without dramatic emphasis but also without artificial avoidance. "Considered leaving after they died. Many expected I would, but found I wasn't ready to abandon the life we'd built together, even if much of its purpose had changed." Arthur nodded understanding, respecting both her directness in acknowledging her loss and her evident resilience in continuing forward. "Father McKinley mentioned the accident," he said, not wanting to pry but also not pretending ignorance that might seem disingenuous after their conversation had been established on foundations of honesty. Sarah accepted this with a slight nod. 3 years ago now, James was showing Michael the operation at the lumber mill, proper procedure for the new circular saw they'd installed. Her expression remained composed, though a shadow passed briefly through her eyes. Something went wrong. They never determined exactly what. Both killed instantly, they assured me, though whether that was truth or mercy, I've chosen not to question too deeply. They walked in silence for several moments before she continued, her tone contemplative rather than bitter. The first year was difficult, existing rather than living, moving through necessary motions while feeling separated from everything around me. The bell helped, though not immediately. Its voice seemed to reach me even when nothing else could, acknowledging what had happened without demanding I move on or find closure, as well-meaning friends suggested. The path led them to a pleasant spot where the river widened slightly, creating a natural pool bordered by smooth stones and shaded by mature cottonwoods. Sarah indicated a particular boulder that appeared to have been used as a seat for many previous visits, its top worn smooth by regular contact. "My thinking stone," she explained with a small smile as they settled upon it, the river flowing peaceful before them. Not very original, I realize, but accurate enough. Arthur found himself appreciating both the location and the straightforward manner in which Zira shared it. Neither excessive intimacy nor artificial distance, simply natural inclusion of another person in something meaningful to her. "You mentioned the bell helped," he said, after they had sat in companionable silence for several minutes, watching the play of morning light on moving water. "Mind if I ask how?" "Been trying to understand my own reaction to hearing it yesterday." Sarah considered this carefully before responding, her gaze focused on the middle distance, where sunlight illuminated the surface currents of the river without revealing its deeper movements. "The bell speaks in ways words often can't," she finally said. "When someone tells you it will get better, or they're in a better place, or any of those well-intended phrases people offer after loss, there's an expectation attached that you should feel comforted, that you should respond with gratitude for their concern, that you should demonstrate appropriate progress toward whatever they consider healing." She turned slightly toward Arthur, her expression thoughtful. "The bell makes no such demands. It acknowledges what's broken without insisting it be immediately mended. It speaks to loss without diminishing its significance. Yet somehow, in that acknowledgement, it also reminds us that grief exists within a larger context, not separate from life but part of its complete experience." Arthur nodded, recognizing in her articulation something that resonated with his own reaction to the bell's unusual voice. In his complex and often violent life, he had experienced numerous losses, some through death, others through betrayal or circumstance, still others through his own failures or compromised choices. The bell had somehow spoken to these accumulated griefs without either dismissing their significance or suggesting they defined the entirety of his existence. First time I really heard it, truly heard it, beyond just recognizing a sound in the distance, was about 2 months after the accident, Sarah continued. I had been going through the motions of living without much actual presence in my own life. Attending church because it was expected, maintaining the house out of habit rather than purpose, responding to neighbors' kindness with appropriate gratitude that never quite reached my heart. She picked up a small stone from beside their seat, turning it thoughtfully in her fingers as she spoke. At evening, something shifted. I stood on the church grounds as always, waiting for the toll without expectation beyond familiar ritual. But when the sound came, it seemed to reach places within me that had been closed since the accident, not healing them exactly, but perhaps acknowledging them in ways that made healing eventually possible. With a gentle motion, Sarah tossed the stone into the river, where it disappeared beneath the surface with barely a ripple. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden revelation or emotional breakthrough, just a quiet sense that what I'd lost was real. The pain was justified, and neither needed to be denied or diminished for me to continue living. The bell's voice somehow gave permission for both grief and continuation to exist simultaneously. This perspective struck Arthur as profoundly wise, neither sentimental nor cynical, but honestly acknowledging the complexities of human experience without attempting to reduce them to simple formulas or expected progressions. It matched something he had sensed in the bell's voice, but hadn't fully articulated even to himself. Found myself remembering people, he admitted, more forthcoming than was typical for him with relative strangers. Faces, names from years back, losses along the way. Sarah nodded, understanding. The bell often brings specific memories, not always the ones we might expect or choose. Sometimes difficult recollections we've tried to forget, other times moments of connection we hadn't recognized as significant until remembering them later. They sat in comfortable silence for a time, each absorbed in private thoughts while sharing the peaceful setting. Birds moved among the cottonwoods, occasionally swooping low over the water to catch insects, while the river continued its unhurried journey through the valley. "Will you stay for tonight's ringing?" Sarah eventually asked, her tone conversational rather than pressing. Arthur nodded, having made this decision during their discussion. "Plan to. Something about that sound. Feels like it might have more to say than it usually does," she agreed with a small smile. "Even after years of listening, I find new layers in its voice. Perhaps that's the silver Father McKinley mentions, giving depth that ordinary bronze alone might lack." They remained by the river for another hour, conversation flowing naturally between topics both profound and mundane. Arthur found himself sharing carefully edited stories from his travels, humorous encounters, beautiful landscapes, unusual characters met along the trail, while Sarah spoke of Hope's Hollow's seasonal rhythms, local traditions beyond the evening bell, and her work creating herbal medicines from plants she gathered throughout the valley. By the time they started back toward town, Arthur felt an ease of spirit he hadn't experienced in longer than he could readily recall. Something about Sarah's balanced perspective, acknowledging life's genuine hardships without surrendering to bitterness or despair, resonated with needs he hadn't recognized within himself until this unexpected encounter had revealed them. The remainder of the day passed pleasantly as Arthur explored more of Hope's Hollow at his own pace. The general store offered basic supplies and a few unexpected luxuries, including excellent tobacco that the proprietor proudly identified as locally grown and cured. The blacksmith proved to be Tom Everett's brother-in-law, a skilled craftsman whose forge produced tools and hardware of exceptional quality for a frontier settlement of this size. Throughout these casual investigations, Arthur noticed consistent themes in how Hope's Hollow's residents spoke of their community: pride without arrogance, acknowledgement of challenges alongside appreciation for unique qualities, and frequent references to the bell as central to collective identity, not with superstitious reverence or religious fervor, but with practical recognition of how its evening voice had shaped their shared experience across generations. As evening approached, Arthur joined others making their way toward the church grounds for the bell's nightly toll. The gathering proved larger than the previous evening, perhaps 20 residents rather than a dozen, yet maintained the same atmosphere of quiet anticipation and respectful acknowledgement of shared ritual. Sarah arrived shortly before dusk, acknowledging Arthur with a warm nod before finding her usual position with clear sightlines to both bell tower and western horizon. Father McKinley emerged from the church at precisely the same moment as the previous evening, timing his entrance to the natural rhythm of descending darkness with practiced precision. When the bell began its measured voice as final direct sunlight faded from the valley, Arthur found himself prepared yet still affected by its resonant quality. The tone, warm, clear, penetrating without being harsh, seemed to touch something fundamental within him. Beyond conscious thought or deliberate emotion, each measured toll created space for reflection without demanding specific conclusions, acknowledged the day's passing and life's impermanence without suggesting futility or meaninglessness. This time, Arthur allowed memories to surface freely, people lost along his difficult path, moments when different choices might have led toward different destinations, connections severed by violence or circumstance, or his own failures. The bell's voice somehow made these recollections bearable, placing them within context that acknowledged their significance, without suggesting they determined the entirety of his existence or future possibilities. Most striking was the memory of his mother, dead so many years that her features had begun to blur in his recollection, despite his efforts to maintain their clarity. Tonight, her face appeared in his awareness with unusual vividness, not as she had looked during her final illness, but as she had been in moments of ordinary connection during his early childhood. Her laugh, the particular way she had of tilting her head when listening intently, the gentle strength in hands that had worked hard yet remained capable of tenderness. The bell's final toll resonated across the valley, allowed to diminish naturally until only memory of its voice remained in the evening air. As had happened the previous night, no one moved immediately, each person present seemingly reluctant to break the atmosphere the bell had created. When the gathered residents finally began to disperse, many nodded acknowledgement to Arthur as they passed, not with the cautious assessment often directed towards strangers in frontier communities, but with the quiet acceptance extended to someone who had shared significant experience. Sarah approached as the last residents departed, her expression suggesting both personal composure and awareness of others' experiences. Different the second time, she observed, not really a question, but an invitation to share if he wished. Arthur nodded, finding himself uncharacteristically willing to acknowledge emotional response, clearer somehow. Or maybe I was listening better. They walked together toward the path leading back to town, matching their pace to the unhurried rhythm that seemed to characterize life in Hope's Hollow. The first stars had appeared in the eastern sky, while the western horizon still held fading remnants of sunset's golden illumination. "Will you stay another day?" Sarah asked as they descended, her tone suggesting genuine interest without presumption. Arthur considered the question carefully. His obligations to Dutch and the others remained, responsibilities that couldn't be abandoned regardless of personal inclination. Yet something about Hope's Hollow and its evening bell had touched needs within him he hadn't previously recognized. Another day in this peaceful valley seemed increasingly appealing, offering space for reflection that his usual existence rarely provided. "Think I might," he finally replied. "Got some thinking that needs finishing before I move on." Sarah nodded, accepting this decision without pressing for elaboration. The valley has that effect on people sometimes. Encourages completion of internal processes that more demanding environments might interrupt. As they reached the valley floor where their paths would naturally diverge, Sarah toward her home on the settlement's eastern edge, Arthur toward the boarding house, she paused, her expression thoughtful in the deepening twilight. "Whatever the bell is helping you consider, Mr. Morgan, I hope you find the clarity you're seeking. Some questions have no perfect answers, but there's value in acknowledging them honestly, even when resolution remains elusive." With that insightful observation, she bid him good evening and continued on her way, leaving Arthur to reflect on how accurately she had identified his internal state without invasive questioning. The bell's voice had indeed stirred questions within him, about paths taken and alternatives foregone, about the possibility of different futures despite a complicated past, about what remained possible even after significant failure and loss. As he made his way toward Mrs. Sinclair's boarding house, Arthur found himself looking forward to another day in Hope's Hollow, another opportunity to hear the bell's extraordinary voice with increasingly receptive awareness, another chance to experience the unusual peace this settlement had cultivated through its evening ritual of remembrance and continuation. Whatever lay beyond this brief interlude, whatever demands and complications awaited his return to Dutch and the others. The bell's silver-inflected resonance had awakened something within him that he sensed would remain accessible even after departing this quiet valley. Not answers exactly, but perhaps a different way of holding the questions that defined his complicated existence, acknowledging their weight without being defined exclusively by their gravity, recognizing losses without surrendering to futility, accepting limitations while remaining open to unexpected possibilities. The quiet bell of Hope's Hollow would continue its nightly ritual long after he had ridden beyond the valley's protective embrace. Yet its voice would echo within his awareness, offering orientation when other landmarks failed and paths forward seemed obscured by circumstances beyond his control. A silver-voiced reminder that even in darkness, direction remained possible for those willing to listen carefully for guidance. As Arthur Morgan rode away from Hope's Hollow, the silver-toned bell's final echoes seemed to follow him through the valley. Its resonance had touched something deep within him, a reminder that even among life's hardships, moments of peace and reflection were possible. With each mile that carried him farther from the settlement, he found himself grateful for the unexpected respite and the gentle wisdom he'd found there. The trail gradually ascended from the sheltered valley into more rugged terrain. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, promising an evening storm as Arthur guided his horse along an increasingly narrow path. The land was changing, the open plains and gentle hills giving way to steeper slopes and scattered stands of pine trees that grew more numerous as he climbed higher into the mountains. A cool wind began to rise, carrying with it a distinct scent that Arthur recognized immediately. The sharp, clean fragrance of pine mingled with the earthy richness of forest soil and the crisp purity of mountain air. This mixture of scents spoke of elevation, of places where the air grew thin and the stars seemed closer at night. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Arthur realized he would need to find shelter before darkness fell completely. The storm clouds were moving closer, and he had no desire to be caught in the open when they finally broke. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted a weathered wooden sign half hidden among the trees beside the trail. Bluebird Ridge, 2 miles. The name stirred a distant memory. He'd heard tales of Bluebird Ridge during his travels. Whispers of a place high in the mountains where the pines grew tall and spoke with voices older than the land itself. Most dismissed such stories as frontier fancy, the kind of legends that flourished in isolated places, yet something in those tales had always intrigued him. Arthur clicked his tongue, urging his horse forward along the trail that would lead them to Bluebird Ridge. As they climbed higher, the pines grew more numerous and taller, their branches swaying gently in the strengthening wind. And in that swaying, in the rustling of countless needles against each other, there seemed to be a voice, or perhaps many voices, speaking together in a language just beyond human understanding. The western sky glowed with amber and gold as Thomas Morgan guided his horse along the winding trail to Bluebird Ridge. At 45, Thomas had spent most of his life wandering the territories, never settling in one place for long. The weathered lines on his face told stories of years under harsh sun and driving rain, while his hands bore the marks of work ranging from cattle driving to gold prospecting. Despite the hardships, there was a certain peace in his expression, the look of a man who had made his peace with solitude. His dappled grey mare Whisper picked her way carefully up the steep path. He patted her neck as they rounded a bend, revealing the first view of the vast pine forest blanketing the valley below. "There it is, old girl," he murmured. "Bluebird Ridge." The ridge rose like the backbone of some ancient creature, offering unparalleled views of the surrounding territory. But it wasn't the vista that had drawn Thomas to this remote location. It was the stories he'd heard in Manzanita Post, tales told in hushed tones over whiskey in the trading post's saloon. "The pines whisper up there," an old trapper had told him. "Not like ordinary trees in the wind. Something different, something older." Thomas had heard similar stories throughout his travels, tales of mysterious phenomena that often amounted to nothing more than misinterpreted natural occurrences. Yet something in the old trapper's tone caught his attention. There had been no fear in the man's voice, only reverent wonder as he described the whispers as a balm for troubled spirits. After so many years of wandering, Thomas recognized in himself a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. Perhaps that explained why he had found himself asking about the location of this ridge and the best route to reach it. As the trail leveled onto a small plateau near the ridge's summit, Thomas dismounted, his knees protesting slightly. The air was noticeably different, cooler given the elevation, but also infused with the sharp scent of pine resin and rich earth. He led Whisper to a clearing where patches of grass promised adequate grazing, removed her saddle, and set about making camp before darkness fell. The routine of wilderness camping had become second nature over decades of solitary travel. He gathered wood for a small fire, arranged his bedroll, and prepared a modest meal of beans and jerky. As darkness settled, he found himself increasingly aware of the sounds around him, or rather the peculiar quality of the near silence that enveloped the ridge. Most wilderness areas had their nocturnal symphonies, night birds, small animals in underbrush, the chorus of insects. Bluebird Ridge offered these familiar sounds, but underlying them was something else. A sound so subtle it seemed to exist at the very threshold of hearing, not quite wind through branches, though the occasional breeze did stir the pine boughs. This was something more deliberate, more purposeful. Thomas sat beside his small fire, coffee mug warming his hands against the chill of the autumn night, and simply listened. The whispers seemed to emanate from the pine forest that spread below like a dark sea. They ebbed and flowed with a cadence that reminded him of conversation, though no distinguishable words emerged. "Hear it too, do you?" Thomas asked as Whisper raised her head, ears pricked toward the forest. The mare nickered softly, apparently undisturbed by the mysterious sounds despite her usual wariness. Her calm acceptance reassured Thomas more than any rational explanation might have. As the fire burned down to embers, Thomas remained seated, mesmerized by the subtle voices. They had a soothing quality that seemed to soften the vigilance he had developed through decades on the frontier. He found himself reflecting on the long path that had brought him to this ridge. He thought of the family he had left behind in Missouri after the war, too restless to return to farming. He remembered cattle drives in Texas, mining camps in Colorado, lumber operations in the northern territories. Faces emerged from memory, trail companions, temporary employers, women whose warmth had briefly alleviated his solitude before the road called him onward again. So many connections formed and relinquished, so many potential routes left deliberately unplanted. The whispers seemed to respond to these reflections, their rhythm shifting as if acknowledging his thoughts. Thomas found himself breathing more deeply, his shoulders relaxing from their habitual tension. The persistent ache in his knee, legacy of a fall years earlier, seemed to diminish as warmth spread through his limbs despite the cool night air. Strange, he murmured to himself, recognizing the unusual quality of his relaxation but finding no cause for alarm in it. This was not the artificial ease of whiskey or the exhausted collapse that sometimes followed days of hard travel. This felt more like homecoming, a recognition of belonging that Thomas had not experienced since childhood, if then. As true night claimed the ridge and stars emerged in breathtaking clarity overhead, Thomas finally moved to his bedroll, though he felt oddly reluctant to surrender consciousness even to necessary sleep. The whispers continued their gentle conversation as he arranged his blankets and stretched out beside the dying embers of his fire. Whispers reassuring presence nearby, providing the security that allowed him to relax his frontier vigilance. "I'll listen more tomorrow," he promised the darkness, unsure whether he addressed himself, the forest, or something else entirely. As sleep claimed him, Thomas had the distinct impression that the whispers acknowledged his intention, their tone taking on a quality that might have been approval, or perhaps anticipation. For the first time in many years, Thomas Morgan fell asleep without his customary wariness. His dreams filled not with the usual fragments of past hardships, but with impressions of towering pines moving in stately procession beneath star-filled skies. Morning arrived with the soft gold of autumn sunlight filtering through the pines, casting long shadows across the plateau where Thomas had made his camp. He woke feeling unusually refreshed, the chronic stiffness that typically accompanied his first movements of the day noticeably diminished. For several moments he simply lay in his bedroll, savoring this unexpected physical ease, while observing the play of light through the nearby trees. The whispers had subsided with daylight, though Thomas occasionally caught what seemed like faint echoes when the morning breeze stirred the pine boughs. Their absence felt like the temporary departure of a companion, rather than complete disappearance, leaving him with the peculiar certainty that they would return with evening's approach. After a simple breakfast of hardtack and coffee, Thomas decided to explore the ridge more thoroughly while daylight permitted. Leaving Whisper to graze contentedly in the small clearing, he set off along a narrow game trail that followed the spine of the ridge toward its highest point. The walking was easy despite the elevation, with occasional rocky outcroppings providing natural vantage points from which to admire the seemingly endless pine forest that stretched away below. From these elevated perspectives, Thomas noticed something unusual about the forest's composition. Most pine stands he had encountered in his travels showed evidence of disturbance, areas of younger growth where fire or human activity had created clearings, variations in density that reflected the uneven processes of natural regeneration. But the forest below Bluebird Ridge possessed an almost uncanny uniformity, as if the entire expanse had emerged simultaneously from the earth and grown in perfect concert over countless years. At the highest point of the ridge, Thomas discovered a small, relatively flat area where the stone broke through the thin soil to form a natural shelf. The location offered a breathtaking, panoramic view of the surrounding territory. Pine forests to the east and north, rolling grasslands to the south, and distant blue mountains shimmering on the western horizon. He settled on the sun-warmed stone, drawing out his pipe for a contemplative smoke while absorbing the remarkable vista. "Quite a view, isn't it?" a voice observed from behind him, breaking the extended silence so unexpectedly that Thomas nearly dropped his pipe as he turned toward the speaker. A man stood at the edge of the clearing where the game trail emerged, his approach having been completely undetected despite Thomas's habitual awareness of his surroundings. He appeared to be in his early 60s, with silver hair neatly trimmed beneath a wide-brimmed Forest Service hat. His uniform, though somewhat weathered, identified him as a government ranger, one of the relatively new breed of officials tasked with monitoring and protecting the expanding network of forest reserves. "Didn't mean to startle you," the ranger continued, moving forward with an easy stride that suggested complete comfort with the mountainous terrain. "Folks usually hear me coming from a fair district." He extended a hand, which Thomas shook after a moment's hesitation. "Thomas Morgan," he replied, studying the ranger with the instinctive wariness he had developed toward authority figures during his years on the frontier. Just passing through and heard this ridge was worth seeing. Didn't realize it was part of a forest reserve." Harlan smiled, the expression creating a network of deep creases around eyes that had clearly spent decades squinting against mountain sunlight. "It's not, strictly speaking, at least not yet. The boundary of my jurisdiction lies about 3 miles east, but I make it a habit to patrol this ridge regularly. It's a special place." Something in the ranger's tone caught Thomas's attention, a quality of reverence, similar to what he had heard in the old trapper's voice back in Manzanita Post. "Special how?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his usual reticence. Harlan settled onto a nearby rock, removing his hat to run a hand through silver hair before responding. "You've spent the night up here, I take it?" When Thomas nodded, the ranger continued. "Then you've likely heard them already, the whispers." Thomas studied the older man carefully, searching for signs of the superstitious credulity he had often encountered in isolated communities. Instead, he found only calm certainty in the ranger's weathered features, along with something that might have been understanding. "I heard something," Thomas acknowledged cautiously. "Wind in the pines sounds different here than most places I've camped." "Wind in the pines," Harlan repeated, his smile returning briefly. "That's what most folks tell themselves, especially those with formal education or scientific inclinations. A rational explanation for something that defies ordinary understanding." He replaced his hat, adjusting it carefully before continuing. "I've been patrolling these mountains for 27 years, Mr. Morgan. I know every variation of sound that wind can produce when it moves through different species of trees under different conditions. What happens on Bluebird Ridge isn't just wind." Despite his natural skepticism toward extraordinary claims, Thomas found himself nodding slowly. "They seemed responsive," he admitted, feeling strangely relieved to articulate the impression that had formed during his night on the ridge, almost like they were acknowledging my thoughts. "That's been my experience as well," Harlan confirmed. "And not just mine. The indigenous people who lived in these territories for countless generations before European settlement had a special name for this ridge in their language. Translated roughly, it meant the place where the ancient ones speak." Thomas absorbed this information thoughtfully, tamping down his still smoldering pipe before stowing it in his pocket. "You've studied their beliefs?" "When possible," the ranger replied. "Not much written record, unfortunately, and the few remaining tribal elders who maintain the old knowledge are understandably hesitant to share it with government representatives. But I've pieced together bits over the years. They believed the pines around this ridge were the first trees ever created in the world, the ancestors from which all other pine forests descended." This assertion stirred a memory in Thomas's mind. His earlier observation about the unusual uniformity of the forest below. "They do look unusually consistent," he noted. "Same height, same spacing, like they all started growing together." Harlan nodded, appearing pleased by this observation. "Good eye. Most visitors don't notice that particular detail. The university sent a botanist out here 5 years ago, part of some larger survey of western forests. He estimated the trees down there are at least 800 years old, possibly much older. Said their growth patterns were unlike anything he'd documented elsewhere." Thomas whistled softly at this information. 800 years would place the forest's origins before European contact with North America, before the spread of horses and guns that had transformed indigenous cultures, before the waves of settlement that had progressively pushed the frontier westward to its current diminished state. "And the whispers?" he prompted, finding himself genuinely interested in the ranger's perspective. "The indigenous people believed these were the voices of their ancestors." "Not exactly," Harlan replied, his expression growing more thoughtful. "From what I've gathered, they believed the whispers were the voices of the trees themselves. or rather the ancient spirits that inhabit them. Not human ancestors, but something older and more fundamental. The awareness of the earth itself, you might say, speaking through its most enduring children. Such concepts would have struck Thomas as absurd superstition if recounted in a crowded saloon or around a trail campfire. Yet here, seated on this sun-warmed stone with the vast uniform pine forest stretching away below, the ranger's words carried a compelling resonance. He found himself recalling the peculiar sense of homecoming he had experienced the previous evening, the unusual quality of his sleep, the diminished pain in his troublesome knee upon waking. They seemed peaceful, he offered after a prolonged silence, not threatening or even particularly mysterious, just present. Harlan studied him with evident approval. That's been my experience as well, though I should mention that not everyone perceives them that way. Some visitors find the whispers unsettling or even frightening. Others don't hear them at all. "What makes the difference?" Thomas asked. The ranger shrugged slightly. "Hard to say with certainty. My personal theory is that it relates to one's approach to the natural world generally. Those who see wilderness primarily as resource to be exploited or obstacle to be conquered tend to either miss the whispers entirely or find them disturbing. Those who recognize themselves as part of nature rather than separate from it seem more likely to hear the voices, as you did, as peaceful presence rather than alien intrusion." This perspective aligned with Thomas's own observations throughout his years of wilderness travel. He had encountered plenty of men who viewed the frontier landscape solely in terms of potential profit. Trees to be harvested, land to be claimed, minerals to be extracted. Such men frequently displayed a curious blindness to the inherent beauty and wonder of the very wilderness from which they sought to wrest wealth. "There's a woman who lives in a small cabin about 2 miles down the eastern slope," Harlan continued, gesturing toward a section of the forest below. "Martha Hargrove. Widowed during the war, moved out here alone about 15 years ago. She understands the whispers better than anyone I've met. Spends hours listening to them, especially around dusk and dawn." "She lives that close? Alone?" Thomas asked, somewhat surprised that anyone would choose such isolation, particularly a woman of presumably advanced years. "By choice, not necessity," the ranger clarified. "Her daughter and son-in-law have a successful ranch in the valley beyond those hills. They've invited her to live with them many times, but Martha says the whispers help her make sense of her life in ways that ordinary human conversation never could. She comes down to visit them every few weeks, but always returns to her cabin before nightfall." Thomas nodded slowly, finding something admirable in this unknown woman's commitment to a solitary existence that clearly provided her with profound satisfaction. Had he not spent decades maintaining his own deliberate distance from sustained human connection? "Worth paying her a visit if you're planning to stay another day or two," Harlan suggested, rising from his seat with the careful movements of a man well acquainted with the occasional treacheries of aging joints. "She doesn't get many visitors willing to listen to her perspectives on the whispers. Might appreciate a fresh audience." "I might do that," Thomas replied, though he hadn't consciously decided to extend his stay on the ridge until that moment. "Where exactly is her cabin?" The ranger provided detailed directions, pointing out several landmarks visible from their elevated position that would guide Thomas to Martha Hargrove's isolated dwelling. "Just follow the main game trail down the eastern slope until you reach a lightning-struck pine. Can't miss it, top third completely gone but trees still alive. Take the smaller trail that branches right there, leads directly to her clearing after about half a mile." Thomas thanked him for the information, and the two men descended from the ridge's highest point together, conversing easily about the surrounding territory, recent weather patterns, and the gradual changes that had come to the region over recent decades. Harlan possessed the deep, specific knowledge of local conditions that came only through extended residence and careful observation, sharing it without the boastfulness Thomas had often encountered in self-proclaimed old-timers eager to impress travelers with their frontier credentials. When they reached the small plateau where Thomas had established his camp, Harlan declined an offer of coffee with evident reluctance. "Need to complete my patrol circuit before evening," he explained. "Still have the western section to cover today. Perhaps another time if you're still here when I make my rounds tomorrow." "I'd like that," Thomas replied, somewhat surprised to realize he genuinely meant it. Conversations with strangers rarely progressed beyond superficial exchanges in his experience, but something about the ranger's straightforward manner and evident respect for the wilderness had established an unusual rapport between them. As Harlan prepared to depart, he paused, studying Thomas with an expression that combined curiosity with something like approval. "You mentioned you're just passing through," he observed. "If you don't mind my asking, where exactly are you headed?" The question gave Thomas pause, not because it was intrusive, but because he realized he had no specific answer. For years, he had moved from place to place without particular destination, always seeking something he couldn't quite articulate, even to himself. Some elusive combination of peace and belonging that frontier settlements and wilderness camps alike had failed to provide. "Not entirely sure," he admitted finally. "Been on the move a long time. Heading generally west, I suppose, but no specific destination in mind." Harlan nodded as if this response confirmed something he had already intuited. "Well, Bluebird Ridge has a way of clarifying such matters for folks who listen properly," he observed cryptically. "The whispers don't offer direct answers in my experience, but they create space for the right questions to emerge." With that somewhat enigmatic statement, he touched the brim of his hat in farewell and set off along the trail that followed the ridge's northern aspect. Thomas spent the remainder of the day in solitary pursuits around his camp, checking Whisper's condition, gathering additional firewood for the coming night, repairing a small tear in his saddlebag, and preparing a more substantial meal than his usual trail fare from the provisions he had purchased in Manzanita Post. Throughout these routine activities, he found his thoughts repeatedly returning to the ranger's comments about the whispers and their apparent selectivity regarding who could hear them. Had there been other remarkable natural phenomena throughout his years of wandering that he had missed entirely due to whatever quality of perception the whispers required? The thought was simultaneously disturbing and intriguing, suggesting both potential losses and new possibilities in how he might experience the wilderness that had been his primary home for so long. As evening approached, bringing with it the soft golden light that preceded sunset in these mountains, Thomas found himself increasingly attentive to the forest below the ridge. The day's gentle breeze had diminished to occasional whispers of air movement, yet he could already detect the first faint hints of that distinctive sound beneath the ordinary forest noises. The subtle suggestion of measured communication that existed at the very threshold of audibility. Rather than remaining in camp as darkness gathered, Thomas decided to move closer to the forest's edge. Taking only his pipe and a small tin of tobacco, he followed a narrow trail that descended slightly from the plateau toward a rocky outcropping that offered both comfortable seating and clear views of the pine forest as it began its gentle climb up the ridge's lower slopes. The first stars had appeared in the deep blue eastern sky by the time he settled on a relatively flat section of stone, backed by a larger boulder that offered some protection from the cooling evening air. He packed and lit his pipe with practiced motions, then deliberately set aside all other activity in favor of focused listening as full darkness gradually claimed the landscape. The whispers emerged more distinctly as night deepened on Thomas's second evening at Bluebird Ridge. By relaxing his attention rather than concentrating too intensely, he could better perceive their subtle cadences. There remained no distinguishable words, yet the impression of meaningful communication grew stronger. Patterns of sound that rose and fell with purposeful emphasis, occasional pauses suggesting transitions between expressions, variations in tone that conveyed emotional qualities, ranging from contemplative reflection to gentle humor. Time lost its ordinary significance as Thomas absorbed this extraordinary experience. The tobacco in his pipe burned out, but he made no move to relight it. A nearly full moon rose above the eastern mountains, casting silver light across the landscape and creating complex patterns of illumination and shadow among the uniform ranks of pine trees below. In this ethereal light, Thomas observed something he had missed during daylight. The forest floor beneath the ancient pines remained remarkably clear of undergrowth and debris. No tangled brush, fallen logs, or accumulated detritus such as typically cluttered woodland environments. Instead, a carpet of pine needles created an almost park-like setting beneath the towering trees, with occasional small clearings where moonlight pooled like silver water. One such clearing, perhaps 100 yards below his position, drew his attention. Perfectly circular in shape, it appeared deliberately maintained, its circumference defined by pines of identical height, spaced with geometric precision that seemed impossible in a wild forest. As he studied this feature, the whispers intensified slightly, as if acknowledging his notice. Without conscious decision, Thomas found himself speaking aloud for the first time since the ranger's departure. "I hear you," he said softly, the words emerging not as challenge but as simple acknowledgement of presence. The response was subtle but unmistakable, a momentary pause in the whispers, followed by what seemed like a slight intensification of their rhythm. Thomas felt no apprehension at this apparent confirmation of intelligent response, only a deepening curiosity and strange sense of privilege at being granted such communication. "I don't understand your words," he continued after a moment, "if they are words, but I feel your presence, and it seems peaceful." Again came that brief pause followed by subtle shift in pattern. Acknowledgement without specific content, yet somehow conveying acceptance. As this wordless exchange continued, Thomas found himself speaking more freely than he typically did, even in human company, sharing observations about the forest's unusual qualities, his experiences on the ridge thus far, and eventually more personal reflections about his decades of wandering and the peculiar combination of freedom and isolation it had brought him. "Never quite belonged anywhere," he admitted as the moon climbed higher in the night sky. "Not since the war, at least. Maybe not even before that, truth be told. Always felt something calling me onward, though I'm damned if I could tell you what exactly. Just a sense that the right place, the right purpose was somewhere else, always just beyond the horizon." The whispers responded with what seemed like particular attentiveness to these personal admissions, their cadence shifting to a pattern that struck Thomas as somehow consoling, despite the absence of understandable words. He found himself describing specific moments from his wandering years. The magnificent desolation of desert landscapes, the overwhelming scale of mountain ranges, the endless variety of human settlements he had briefly inhabited before moving on again. "Beautiful country," he concluded softly. "Seen more of it than most men ever will. Can't say I regret the seeing, just sometimes wonder if there wasn't something more permanent I was meant to find along the way." As if in response to this implicit question, The whispers subtly redirected his attention to that perfect circular clearing he had noticed earlier. The moonlight illuminating it seemed momentarily to intensify, though the moon itself remained constant, creating an almost magnetic draw for his gaze. Within the clearing, Thomas now discerned faint movement, nothing substantial enough to be called a figure or form, but rather a gentle stirring of the air itself, visible only through its effect on moonlight and shadow. He watched, utterly still, as these movements gradually coalesced into patterns that suggested intention rather than random air currents. Though no distinct images formed, Thomas experienced a series of impressions that seemed to bypass ordinary vision, a sense of cycles completing and renewing, of roots extending deep into earth, of growth following natural contours while adapting to unexpected obstacles. Not visions precisely, but concepts conveyed through subtle manipulation of light, shadow, and the whispers themselves, which had developed a more melodic quality as this unusual communication deepened. Thomas lost all track of time as he absorbed these impressions, his ordinary consciousness gradually yielding to a state neither fully awake nor properly dreaming. In this receptive condition, he experienced a profound shift in perception, no longer observing the forest as separate entity but feeling momentarily integrated with its ancient awareness, not merging completely, but achieving a degree of connection that human language lacked proper terms to describe. Through this connection came understanding that required no words. The whispers had existed long before human ears had evolved to perceive them, would continue long after current civilizations had passed into history. They represented communication not primarily intended for human reception, but rather the ongoing conversation of an ecosystem with itself. The slow, patient exchange of information between entities whose lifespan and perspective bore little resemblance to human experience. That humans could sometimes perceive these exchanges represented neither miracle nor accident, but rather vestigial connection to natural systems from which modern consciousness had largely separated itself. Those who maintained some degree of this connection, through deliberate attentiveness, innate sensitivity, or simple prolonged exposure to wilderness, might occasionally access this ancient conversation, though typically only at its edges, perceiving whispers rather than clear articulation. As the moon reached its zenith, Thomas gradually returned to more ordinary awareness, though the sense of connection established during his receptive state remained. He felt changed in ways difficult to articulate, not dramatically transformed, but subtly realigned, as if internal elements long held in slight discord had found more harmonious arrangement. Rising stiffly from his stone seat, he made his way back to camp by moonlight, movements automatic as his mind continued processing the extraordinary experience. Whisper raised her head at his approach, nickering softly in greeting before returning to her interrupted rest. Thomas added wood to his banked fire, the familiar routine providing welcome anchor to ordinary reality after his excursion into less defined territories of perception. As flames caught and spread through the dry pine branches, Thomas settled on his bedroll, aware of unusual clarity in his thoughts, despite, or perhaps because of, the profound nature of his experience at the forest's edge. The whispers continued, their subtle presence at the periphery of his awareness, but now seemed content with background status, a gentle sonic tapestry underlying his own internal dialogue rather than direct communication. Roots and branches, he murmured to himself, capturing in those 3 words an essential insight from his communion with the forest's awareness. His decades of wandering had emphasized branches, the endless extension outward, the constant reaching for new horizons, new experiences, new possibilities. What had gradually diminished was roots, the necessary counterbalance of connection, belonging, sustained engagement with specific place and community. This imbalance, Thomas now recognized, had created the peculiar combination of freedom and emptiness that characterized his wandering years. Movement without meaningful destination, experience without transformative integration, observation without true participation. Not entirely without value, he had witnessed wonders many never saw, developed resilience and self-sufficiency few could match, but ultimately incomplete as life strategy. As sleep began to claim him, Thomas experienced neither revelation nor decision regarding his future course, merely growing clarity about questions he had previously avoided through perpetual motion. The whispers accompanied him into dreams filled not with decisive action or dramatic change, but with images of gradual, organic growth. Saplings becoming trees, seasons cycling through endless variations of the same fundamental patterns. Streams tracing paths of least resistance while steadily reshaping the landscapes through which they flowed. Morning arrived, with gentle mist rising from the pine forest below the ridge, creating an otherworldly landscape as the first golden light filtered through suspended moisture. Thomas woke feeling unusually refreshed, the chronic stiffness in his joints noticeably diminished for the second consecutive day. He completed his morning routine thoughtfully, breaking camp with practiced efficiency while considering his immediate plans. The ranger had mentioned Martha Hargrove, the widow who apparently maintained particularly strong connection with the Whispers. Her perspectives might provide valuable context for his own experiences, perhaps helping translate ineffable communion into more practical understanding. Decision made, Thomas saddled Whisper and set off down the eastern trail as directed by Harlan Winter, moving deliberately through the thinning mist as morning sun gradually burned away the night's accumulated moisture. The lightning-struck pine proved unmistakable, just as the ranger had indicated. A massive tree whose upper third had been sheared away by some powerful strike, yet which continued to thrive despite its dramatic injury. The smaller trail branching eastward was less obvious, little more than game path winding among increasingly dense stands of pine. But Thomas followed it confidently, trusting the ranger's directions. After perhaps 20 minutes of careful progress through the forest, the trail opened suddenly onto a modest clearing dominated by a small cabin constructed of hand-hewn pine logs, darkened by years of exposure to the elements. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the stone chimney, suggesting occupancy despite the early hour. Nearby stood a small barn or stable and what appeared to be a carefully maintained vegetable garden enclosed by simple split-rail fence. Thomas approached openly, making no attempt to disguise his arrival. Before he could call out a greeting, the cabin's door opened to reveal a woman who appeared to be in her late 60s or early 70s, silver hair pulled back in a simple bun, tall and straight-backed despite her evident age. She wore a practical dress of dark blue cotton, covered by a carpenter's apron containing various tools, suggesting his arrival had interrupted some household project. "Good morning," Thomas called, reining Whisper to a halt at a respectful distance from the cabin. "My name's Thomas Morgan. Ranger Winter mentioned you might be willing to speak with a visitor about Bluebird Ridge." The woman studied him carefully before responding, her gaze direct but not unfriendly. "Harlan sent you, did he?" she asked, her voice surprisingly rich and clear for someone of her apparent years. "Well, he's usually a good judge of character. I'm Martha Hargrove. You're welcome to dismount and rest your horse in the corral there. I've coffee on the stove if you're inclined." Thomas accepted the invitation with thanks, leading Whisper to the indicated corral where an elderly bay gelding regarded the newcomers with mild curiosity. After ensuring his mare had access to fresh water from the small stream that ran behind the corral, Thomas joined Martha on the cabin's front porch, where she had arranged 2 simple wooden chairs beside a small table bearing a coffee pot and 2 tin cups. "Harlan mentioned you spent the night on the ridge," Martha observed as she poured the steaming coffee. "Said you'd heard the whispers." Thomas nodded, accepting the offered cup. "Yes, ma'am. Never experienced anything quite like it before." "And what did you make of them?" she asked, settling into one of the chairs with an ease that suggested long familiarity with outdoor conversation, despite her isolated circumstances. Thomas considered the question carefully, respect for his hostess demanding honest response rather than polite generality. "At first I thought it might just be wind in the pines," he admitted, "but it became clear pretty quickly there was something more deliberate happening. They seemed responsive. Interactive, I guess you might say." Martha nodded, sipping her coffee while studying him with evident approval. Many visitors never get past that first impression. Just unusual wind patterns, their minds tell them, because that explanation fits their understanding of how the world works. Fewer still recognize the interactive quality you mentioned. "You must be an unusually attentive listener, Mr. Morgan." "Thomas, please," he corrected gently, "and I've spent most of my life in wilderness settings. Develops a certain awareness, I suppose." "Indeed it does," Martin agreed, "though not in everyone. I've met plenty of men who've spent decades in these mountains and never heard more than the wind, never felt more than the weather. It takes a particular quality of attention, and perhaps a certain willingness to acknowledge mysteries beyond conventional understanding." This assessment aligned with Thomas's own reflections following his experiences on the ridge. "The ranger mentioned you've developed a special connection with the whispers," he prompted. "Spend time listening to them regularly." Martha smiled, the expression transforming her weathered features with unexpected warmth. "They've been my primary companions since Henry passed," she acknowledged. "Not that I lack for human connection when I want it. My daughter and her family live just a half-day's ride from here, and Harlan stops by every week or 2, but the whispers offer different kind of communion than human conversation." "How so?" Thomas asked, genuinely curious about this woman's perspective on phenomena he was still struggling to properly contextualize. "Human talk circles around itself, don't you find?" Martha replied, her tone contemplative rather than critical. "We humans love our words, craft them into stories and arguments and declarations, talk and talk, but often say very little of substance when you consider it properly." She gestured toward the surrounding forest with her free hand. "The whispers don't waste energy on empty communication. Every exchange carries meaning, though not the kind easily translated into human language." Thomas nodded slowly, recognizing truth in this assessment based on his own limited experience. "I felt connected listening to them," he admitted, "like I was hearing something important, even if I couldn't quite grasp the specific content." "Exactly so," Martha confirmed, evident pleasure in her expression at finding someone who shared her perceptions. "The whispers speak to something deeper than our thinking minds, something older and more fundamental that modern life has trained most folks to ignore. They remind us we're part of something larger than our individual concerns, connected to cycles and systems that existed long before us and will continue long after we're gone." This perspective resonated strongly with impressions Thomas had formed during his communion with the forest the previous evening. "Do you understand what they're actually saying?" he asked. "The specific content, I mean." Martha considered this question carefully before responding. "Not in the way I understand human speech," she acknowledged. It's more like recognizing patterns and relationships without requiring specific translation. I've been listening to them for 15 years now, and I still couldn't tell you exactly what information passes between the ancient pines, but I understand the general character of their communication, its rhythms, its emotional qualities, its fundamental concerns. She paused, gazing thoughtfully toward the forest visible beyond her clearing. The mine exist in different relationship to time than we do, she continued after a moment. What seems urgent to human perception rarely registers as significant in their awareness. They're concerned with gradual shifts, changes in soil composition, alterations to water flow patterns, subtle variations in seasonal cycles. Sometimes I think they don't even recognize individual humans as distinct entities. We move too quickly, change too rapidly to register clearly against their more enduring patterns. Thomas found this perspective simultaneously humbling and strangely liberating, a reminder of human transience that somehow diminished anxiety rather than increasing it. Yet they respond to us sometimes, he noted. At least they seemed to acknowledge my presence last night. Yes, they do show awareness of certain human observers, Martha agreed. Particularly those who approach with respect and genuine receptivity rather than demand or fear. I believe they recognize something in such visitors, a quality of attention that resembles their own patient awareness, perhaps, or willingness to engage without imposing human patterns on non-human communication. As their conversation continued through a second cup of coffee, Thomas found himself increasingly drawn to Martha's perspectives on the whispers and their significance. Unlike many frontier mystics he had encountered over the years, self-proclaimed prophets and visionaries whose claims typically involved personal specialness or apocalyptic warnings, Martha offered observations grounded in direct experience, presented without insistence on particular interpretation or demand for belief. They've been good companions through difficult times, she noted when Thomas inquired about her choice to live in such isolation after her husband's death. When Henry passed, everyone expected me to move in with Ellen and her husband down in the valley. Would have been the sensible choice, I suppose. But up here, listening to the whispers, I found perspective that human consolation couldn't provide. What sort of perspective? Thomas asked. Martha gestured toward an ancient pine visible at the edge of her clearing, a massive tree that clearly predated European settlement of the region by centuries. As pine was here when I arrived will remain long after I'm gone, has witnessed countless cycles of growth and decay, yet continues its patient existence without apparent distress at the inevitable transitions life presents. The whispers carry that same quality. Acknowledgement of change within larger continuity, acceptance of natural processes without the desperate resistance humans often display. She smiled slightly, her expression combining serenity with gentle humor. Sounds simple when I say it aloud, doesn't it? Almost trite, but experiencing that perspective directly, absorbing it through patient listening rather than intellectual understanding, that offered healing human words couldn't provide. Thomas nodded, recognizing profound wisdom in Martha's straightforward account. Nothing trite about finding genuine comfort, he observed, especially the kind that comes through direct experience rather than borrowed platitudes. Their conversation continued throughout the morning, ranging across topics related to the ridge, the forest, and their respective experiences with the whispers. Martha shared stories of particularly memorable communications, subtle shifts in pattern that had preceded significant weather events, unusual harmonics that emerged during full moons or solstices, variations that seemed to reflect response to human activities impacting the broader region. As midday approached, she prepared a simple but substantial meal which they shared at the small table inside her cabin, a space that reflected its owner's practical nature and appreciation for natural beauty. Handcrafted furniture of polished pine demonstrated considerable skill with woodworking tools, while carefully arranged collections of unusual pine cones, interesting stones, and pressed wild flowers suggested attentive engagement with the surrounding environment. "You mentioned being on the move for many years," Martha observed as they finished their meal. "Any particular destination in mind for your continued travels?" Thomas considered the question thoughtfully, aware that his perspective had shifted subtly during his time on Bluebird Ridge. "Been heading generally westward for some time," he replied, "though I'm finding myself less certain about the need for continuous movement than I once was." Martha nodded, as if this response confirmed something she had already intuited. "The whispers tend to have that effect on perpetual wanderers," she observed. "Not that they demand settlement, exactly. More that they invite consideration of balance, the necessary complementarity of movement and stillness, exploration and engagement, breadth of experience and depth of connection." This insight struck Thomas with particular force, articulating precisely the realization that had begun forming during his communion with the forest. His decades of wandering had emphasized one set of values: independence, adaptability, freedom from constraint, while gradually diminishing others equally essential to meaningful existence. "I've been thinking about roots and branches," he admitted, using the metaphor that had emerged during his reflections the previous night. "Spent most of my life extending branches, always reaching outward, exploring new territories, accumulating experiences. Neglected the root system that gives those experiences meaning and stability." Martha's expression conveyed immediate understanding of this arboreal metaphor. "Precisely," she agreed with evident approval. "The whispers communicate from beings that have mastered that balance. Their branches reach towards sky, while their roots extend equally deep into earth. They grow and change, certainly, but always in relationship to place, to community, to the systems that sustain them." Their conversation continued along these philosophical lines until afternoon shadows began lengthening across Martha's clearing. Thomas realized he should begin the journey back to his camp on the ridge before darkness complicated the ascent, though he felt genuine reluctance to conclude this unexpectedly meaningful exchange. "You're welcome to return," Martha assured him as he prepared to depart. "The whispers have clearly acknowledged you as worthy listener. Such recognition shouldn't be squandered through hasty departure." Thomas thanked her for both hospitality and insight, promising to consider extended stay in the area while he processed the significant shifts in perspective catalyzed by his experiences on Bluebird Ridge. As he mounted Whisper for the return journey, Martha offered one final observation. "The whispers don't provide answers, in my experience," she noted. "They create conditions where better questions emerge naturally. Listen for the questions forming beneath your conscious thoughts, Thomas. They'll guide your path more truly than any predetermined destination." With this cryptic but resonant advice in mind, Thomas began the ascent back toward Bluebird Ridge, afternoon sunlight casting long shadows through the ancient pines as he retraced his route through the remarkable forest. The whispers remained subdued during daylight hours, but he found himself newly attuned to subtle variations in the sound of wind through pine needles, the occasional creaking of massive trunks adjusting to shifting air currents, the soft percussion of pine cones occasionally dropping to the needle-covered forest floor. These ordinary forest sounds now carried deeper significance, recognized as surface manifestations of the more profound communication he had experienced during evening hours, like ripples on water indicating movements in depths below. These audible phenomena suggested continuing exchange, too subtle for daylight perception, but nonetheless ongoing beneath more obvious natural processes. Reaching his previous campsite as golden afternoon light began transitioning toward evening, Thomas re-established his modest camp with practiced efficiency. Yet even these routine activities felt subtly transformed by his recent experiences. No longer merely practical necessities, but intentional engagement with specific place, acknowledgement of temporary relationship with particular landscape, rather than interchangeable background for perpetual journey. As he completed these preparations, with gradually fading light, Thomas found himself anticipating the whisper's return with something approaching eagerness. Not merely curiosity about unusual phenomena, but genuine desire for continuation of communion begun the previous evening. This response reflected significant shift from his habitual wariness toward the inexplicable, suggesting fundamental realignment in his relationship with mystery itself. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of night-birds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.